SEDFA is here today, they'll be speaking. Department of Small Businesses has been there offering of 50,000 rands, I think, as a startup. But again, our people don't take advantage of these things. Right now, what happens is an investigation that government is now being investigated because those 50,000. But little guy, where are we? To be able to open those stores there. So that's a challenge I'd like to pose to all of you and say, so we can't wait. I'm not sure how you want it to be done. There's even money allocated by over 50,000 a startup. Government is encouraging young people. When are you going to take advantage of all of these monies? Here's a young lady who's sitting here. When are we going to be able to take advantage of these benefits? The government is offering young people to take advantage. The Telefuto just said, by the time you start at this young age, when you get his age, you'd have been a master of running businesses. And we all know businesses are not always successful first time, a failure from time to time, and you keep going until we become a successful business. So now all I was asked to do was just keep ready, said, but I'm always disempowered if I get to meetings and I see this little number of people, when we know that in the bigger scheme of things, unemployment in our communities is so rife. And there's no silver bullet or there's no magic wand that's going to come and all of a sudden unemployment reduces. Some forms of reduction of unemployment is through small businesses. We create businesses for ourselves, and a business person is a person who identifies a particular need in a community and provides those services. Right now, the purpose of us being here, fix your business. We also want those who are small, we also want you at some point, Oscar, the only person who and all of those things. The purpose of these things is also to empower you so that it's easy, I can go to the telephone, I can go to this office, I can go to that office, for people to be able to assist me get to the next level of my business. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the other day, Nikia go to police station. We had a meeting. Then I was shown where to go. I didn't come on. It was young boys. Young boys, but unfortunately, again, young boys by it up, and unfortunately, I see young boys but here. Those were foreign national boys, and the way when the boys are cut, they were living on the back of the well, one of the Tabas said, we are 10. We are 10, but that didn't get into a zinc. They've used that thing there, they put something like a hot plate or something. Ladies and gentlemen, those boys were making fat cakes. They are making money. So I'm just saying, ladies and gentlemen, you don't always need sophisticated Chinese engineering and I bought 10 of them, and in business it's very people are making money just from a simple idea of how they make money. So my encouragement to you, ladies and gentlemen, is that let's start these businesses, because that too is going to help us deal with the issue of unemployment in our communities. We are, most of us, 34% unemployment rate of young people in our country is way too high. It is way too high. But how best can we deal with it? Government does not always have the answers. Answers lies here. Especially Rainyata. And I get a sense always, for Okaro, we don't believe that the Hanalemo holy. of doing some of these things ourselves. That is why we always need someone else to try and do certain things for us when little cool. So my challenge to you, as we leave today, let's go out there and find creative ways and do stuff that we know will empower ourselves, will empower communities, so that the little and yet there is everything at our disposal. Government is making things available for you to enjoy each and every time, but we are not able to utilize them. Right now, one of the things as I close, Chair, is that we are even fronting for these people. So what stops you from running that business in your own yard in the same way that this person is doing? There's no exceptional intelligence that these people are coming with. All they are doing is even learning how to operate as a group. So really 10 or orderly 10, we know that if we go macro or if we go market, the market is able to sell to us at reduced costs because we're buying in bulk, and that then escalates, it filters through to the customer and charge less because we'll be able to enjoy the benefits of discounts from buying in bulk. So that is my challenge to you today. Let's take advantage of all of these resources that are made available, all of these opportunities that are made available. Please, let's help ourselves, help the future generations. The solution does not lie in government. The solution, I can tell you, lies with all of us sitting here. Thank you so much, Chairperson. And I wish you all the best for I hope that the next time Harry comes, someone will be able to put up and say, from that day we met, I've been able to do this and that. And lastly, sorry, Chair, can we support each other? Can we support? Business. Support, because the biggest problem is how to support them. I'm not saying that they're close in you, they're full of rich middle class. I don't know, as Indians, as Jewish people, and make a concerted effort to all of us will support her, and then we're able to build our communities. With that said, thank you so much, Chair. And to the Councillor, the opportunity given. Thank you very much.
Come closer. I'm hoping that because it's associations and all that, they will still be able to speak to their members instead of listening. Because so I'm going to speak to who we are and our services. I want to take the seat. There are certain things that Martin has raised. That because some of the things that QondisaIshishini Lakho tries to do is to do the directive. So the city will come and explain what is it that is creating problems for you to access certain things. And therefore we do that. And then SEPTA comes and tells you how to access money and all that. SARS comes and tells you we are collecting money from all of us. And then we are putting it into the system. And then someone decides to give it to foreigners. And that is normal. So let me hand over to Sisula, our educator.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Lakho, as introduced. I'm from the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. I'm the Chief Director, Chairperson, Councillor, ECT, longest OJ municipality. All the stakeholders that are here, Nani, Bashalima, be greeted here, Canada, Jesu, amen. As Mishiro, Nipumaba, Gauteng Department of Economic Development, I don't know if you are familiar with what we do in the department, but there's a lot of things that we do. You're sitting here.
Before
right now, on a business idea so registered, but our was going to business plan. Secondly, you can't access the funding because our department will assist with that. This idea of the business plan is now to develop a business plan. Eventually, we fund you through our sister department in GEP, Gauteng Enterprise Propeller. We also have Gauteng Gambling Board. I think Bakona will explain what they do, but by regulating the gambling industry. We also have Gauteng Liquor Board. We will look at Masina, they're regulating industry in Trala. We have a fully license, we are taking some license, we will promote it goes to the Gauteng Liquor Board. And then this 1 million we are it is on the Gauteng Consumer Affairs. Yes? You know that's one? How do you use it? You can install sample, 1,000 items, you get home, like putting this motion get the test and management, you sell a store, you see the size that says, no exchange, no refunds, no returns. You know, some of these others, what do you do? That's why you something now advice is you can't have a complaint. In most cases, in your wardrobe. So it's not just that you get to say there's an office for consumer affairs who's assisting you with those. Lama signs up and taking it or return or account exchange are working six way. Consumer Protection Act says as long as you go to 6 months in the emotionally defective items, you can take them back to the store and you as a consumer or as a reseller, you choose what you want. Buy 3 or 4 that you can choose from. Repair, replacement, refund. Same with your consumers. When they come to you as a complainer, they have to tell you exactly what they want out of the 3 hours. Repair, replacement, refund. If I'm a supplier that are fully, the complaint will come to our office. So basically, we protect your rights as consumers is how they. Not only consumers generally who come that you're saying like shop rights, but you as well as business people. We are estimating if your total assets are less than 2 million, our afford $40. So it means none of this stuff are for no suppliers any. Complaint, and all services are free of charge. That's what I need. So we have consumer education in the form of a workshop. We also go to Indawini, which is a lab or SAPS and Martin, this important information, but we also do e-compliance. E-compliance, sinama investigators, kunamanje akhona la ejabulana kwelika ngazonke, bangene idolo baya-check ukuthi abanrobi, baya-issue ama-receipt, abathengisi abo best before it expire njalo njalo. But if you haven't been here, la uhlala khona, fana nama-complaint, siyabafuna labantu abathengisa kuzobolile, abahlisi best before date, abanganipha ama-slip, abathithengile, those complaints will come to our office. So we do it redressing. So we will call the supplier to say, "Stop, Badaru Baba, Badaru Mama." If our we escalate the complaint to our consumer protectors in the consumer court, that's where we issue our fines. But none of all services are free of charge. That's what we do at our department. So in the letter is the rights that you have. I don't have rights, but I'm not exercised. For your rights to be protected, you have to exercise them. I don't know if you're not aware, but I go through some of the rights in NATO as business people, as consumers as well. The first one says everybody must be treated equally. I don't know about you. When you're in China, I'm going to be starting about 200. If you 5 minutes later, you're going to go to 250. That's not allowed. Everybody must be treated equally. That's why now you're saying it's a sustainable crisis happens in the rights. Or display, you need to display the prices in black and white. Name all they need to display our prices in black and white. But if you are aware of any store, especially on social media, TikTok or Facebook, they will say inbox. All of you that are inboxing, you are being charged different prices. The complaint will come to our office. Equality of the goods that you are buying. I'm not the time I'm so far with leather and I'm saying you are delivered. Uze umama kasi ati lama sana leather. Yeah, chances are by changing equality. So now if you're not happy, the biggest mistake that we do, you buy store sako, but feel it's just like you sign a lot. Don't sign until you expect the goods. The CPA allows you to go through the goods, or you can layer, you check the quality, you're happy, then you can sign. But even if you sign, you find the goods, send an email to them to say, I'm not happy now, 1, 2, 3, 4, give it 24 hours, you tell them exactly out of the 3 hours, yini olufunayo, and also expect your customers to do that to you as well. If isitoko sakho sikusha awube nabo yababhadala wena ufake i-complaint but ube nama-supplier akho utshela into zakho if abafuni i-complaint yakho nizayenza. Is it clear? Right, the right to choose. Abanye sichoose ukuthenga nge-cash, abanye sichoose ukuswipe amakhadi. There's a thing abayenzayo lately, uma ngithenga ngo-cash 1,000 ngiyambhadala 1,000, but when I swipe my card by 5 rand, 6 rand, anyone, they call it a surcharge. That is not allowed. According to the CPA, the surcharge is not your responsibility as a consumer. So now if your customers can't pay for cash 1,000, but no card it remains as 1,000 rand, you're not allowed to impose additional fees for my customers. You also have the right to tender money by angikwazi ukuthenga lesitoko saka 1,000 nge-cash anginayo kancane for 6 months. If we buy for 6 months, the price will not change. They will say, now that we are the buyers, we have 50 rand price of tax, it's not allowed. Whether I'm selling on cash or we are the buyer, the price remains as 1,000 rands. Ungabhadala kancane 5 months later ufile ukuthi ona go back cancel and buy. You've got a right. But the CPA says the better right to charge you cancellation fee for 1%. You mind the cancellation fee of 1,000 rands 1%? Is it 10 rands? But I'm charging 10 rands, I have a right to cut the full amount, I have a right to say but they have a right to impose that cancellation fee. Personally, you also sitting here, tell me what you need, Jimmy had nails, I have got a man was in my name, but all that's only in the 3 times. You have a right to open to cancel. Usually, imagine company asking them to say it's for 24 months, not 24 months, but they have a right to impose a cancellation fee, not the full term for 24 months. If they do that, the complaint will come to our office. All right, number 3, you've got the right to privacy. I don't know about you, I've been sitting there for an hour or so. Send my SMS I5, I think 25 for long. Now, I'm talking about SMS on job. Now, I'm talking about this was in. Service provider. Right, that's why copy act. A copy act is you don't have your details without your consent. So sometimes you mistake it. You've got credit cards, you've got amateur accounts, you've got loans. But we contract to mama initial and sign at the end. More initial and a payer going to find trend that says, do you allow us to share information with other marketers? The section is going to see the chapter airport news we have. But this is a Nandi, but I never stop on formula. I'm formula, needs to take in a buyer, instead of stop on formula. Once you can just stop the formula and then continue that formula, but contact to the violating rights, you're reporting to us. Okay, that's why when you get an SMS, it will say SMS opt-out or SMS stop. Most of SMS is about Tumela, it means they're violating your rights. But there's a nice thing is by NCC, National Consumer Commission, by visa opt-out registry. Lakho ufaka details, ngicela ni-check and uzongena ku-NCC website yabo, ufaka details apho ukuthi bakhiphe information yakho yonke ku-database. And into kumele be careful ngayo, the cookies. You know, Google does that is accept cookies. Don't accept cookies. When you're accepting cookies, it means yes, you can share my information with other marketers. But don't just give your personal details to anyone, especially because you're sitting here with free business funding. Sometimes when you get listed, I'm not getting government funding. But now, Tina, we're so trusting. I'm just in a buzzy. I'm will call you guys to confirm your ID number. You can't tell numbers and ID numbers. Go check your credit reports. When I open this, but when you send and I'm sure you still have the listed. You know, I'm in your account because most of the savings seconds for 5 years is not supposed to be there anymore. More than you look at if your account in the loan that you look at the book, like display your account, we'll tell the settlement letter from them, we send it back to the credit bureau that is black extension, who may actually within 7 days. This going to have a safe because we control the family. But then I share it, I'm not details saying people that you don't know. Nina share ama signature. Abanye when wathathe furniture yakho ima with COVID because bonga sabadala bathatha ama assets we company yakho wathatha ama laptop. Abayithatha izinto without your signature. Every position doesn't just come. They need to follow processes. They will call you, they will send you letters, eventually they will send you section 129 or what was a report. Mama report it means the reports that's when they come, the sheriff of the report will come and do the reposition. Who may you sign? But if Bagdeli Basaya Popping are sign, then you've got a complaint against them, you can go to complain. But don't just put signatures lying as a call. Abandon some deals over the phone, I'll qualify for this business funding because when I under the review. Yes, the counseling personally in time. If uhleli la, kuyoba nzima kakhulu if ufunile only 100,000 for your company, but you can manage 10,000 yakho le-product. Because you can't. Wenza kanjani ama-bank statement, ama-cash flow, nabo-balance sheet, ungakhona ukuthi budgeting. You need to do ama-budget first. La endlini la, asiqaleni la, you start with the basements. Mama imali is not enough to go and make negotiations. Before we teach them with their counseling, because they speak nice language, so consolidate. Yes, if you're not sharp, if we're going to go to visa, in what is also, but me personally, I prefer you come back and follow, give criminal an amount that I can afford. You can do it. But I'm going to be affected because it's going to have barriers registered, you need the right, but if you judge a signal or a flag in this way, under the traffic. If you're going to be under them, just find out something around time and think about it very carefully. That's all right. Number 4, you've got a right to business practices, marketing practices, who made a way. I was an advertiser in Roma and Qondisa. We didn't want to grocery store and advertise grocery. Things that you don't have. That's why when I get to lesson school, lesson finally, over 50 rands, he said I pay. I can ask for a rain check. It means even if you say you have class Sunday, you could put 100 rands and you tell a guy a rain check because I see from some of the advertising things that you don't have. About the time 10 rands, like auction or 10 money. 11 rands, 50 rands not allowed. The price that you see is the price that you get. Even if Mrs. Qondisa, when I say that you pay this all, but only keep on 50 rands. I'm still going to buy it because because we're now keep it. So, I'm going to scan as maintenance. I'm going to buy it and price a shaking guy. The CPA show and so then because we have to make sure that they do comply to the CPA. Also, you need to comply and make sure that you can't put in analysis. Not more from family complaint over the books among an assistant. Meaning in old school, we find possibilities that show. But the actual smartphone was and you take a picture as the way you say that one drive forever. So that it's safe, especially if you include your assets, your furniture, your equipment, in motors, even better. Those ones now 2 years warranty. So make sure that you keep the proof of payment. Here's what I need to say. Kana abantu abathengisa gift bamasunda chithi atsha. Siye sibe lenkinga ngizokupha lama contacts lana e-food safety. Manje ngizowathatha. Niyazi ngisuka abantwana abashonile abazamakithi njalo njalo iy'tolo zakhona but sicela ukuthi if uthengisa lezo zinto keep i-packaging yakhona le bhakede le-atsha libeke u-check best before date ukuthi ithini so that if abantu abathenge kuyo i-atsha bazocomplain bayagula nebhakede yona libusayo ukuthi hhayi expire 2027 ngani la nithenga khona ningathengi izinto ezinganayilenteni siza kanjani if ufake i-complain lenteni ayikho asithi ngithenge insipho nje uyahereza uthengisa insipho yokwasha i-powder soap but awufaki ngilenteni and ama-allergic to i-acetone ngiyayibamba ngelama-blister i-company yakho izoba because ngizocomplain ngifuna imali enkulu so make sure that everything eniyithengisayo eniyithengayo zinamanaging also make sure there is a best before date siyasiboneke lapha kokufika bayihlikihla afake imakhemikheli isukile incimekile ngicela isenomo ungayithathi leyo nto leyo but please ungagcini ngokuthi ungayithathi but barepota ukuthi unesitolo esithengisa izinto ezingama-best before nawe your items make sure ukuthi zingama-best before nabo-expiry dates ngiyangibona iy'tolo ey'ningi uma ngabe izinto liyajusho expire ungayiseli ayi-often ngidonsanise emuva ngoba lezi ey'phambili zizoshize zi-expire yezwakala ngithi amalungelo enu still any right in right to unfair honest dealing. This one applies to the pool of women of Amazon shop. Now, commercial success now. After Namaka, the Rokola City, after Namashon is a parasite, the Rokola ID go to equation because they're not allowed. Amazon is a too. The law says the National Trade Act. Any amount of tax that is worth more than 8,000 or the manager will be better within 6 months. Imagine interest rate on I charge a bank as a loan check here is only 5%. But like that's about you are 50%, but you are 100. It means man has 100 rands, you fatalize 105 rands, not as 200 rands. Sharp, Mchamba Bas, but see Kuna Abantatili those in Barco. The more say that Ufunga Mashon is a make sure you are registered your NCR so that you can when the business are politically. And then a 100 bank shoe power, 200 via the law, who can to cease. Here's what I need. Ngiyacela don't be harassed by ama-debt collectors. Kunabantu abafonelayo nongabhadali sizoyenza so sizobhekisa. There's nobody has a right to harass you. Nami manithathela abantu benu bazonimakethela bathatha lezi zinto fanele kulokuthi haya mina mayifayishiye. Umthetho uthi kungandlula 20 days bangabuyi wayisebenzisa abakweleti nawo. But angisho ukuthi baroke. So now don't impose your staff kuma-customers akho ulokuthi akunamali uyishiye nenkani kungohambe because kungandlula 20 days uyisebenzise you are at the loss. So siyacela bantu bethu balapho mlayani bakungathi nokhomhlala ushilo bakumathini wathi there's lots of money kunesiphaza sokuphatha 500 million. I don't know if nikokotile mani ayithatha leyo mali leyo. There's lots kunama-grants kunama-equipment yonke into ikhona. Ngiyabona ukuthi sila not ukuthi sizothikha nje the boxes but siyenzela ukuthi whatever eshodayo nakusetha nakusazi bakhona baningi bona ukuthi beshodayo ubaqonde uyokulo bakhona ukuthi sizothatha igama lalomuntu if so that you make sure ukuthi nithola usizo namhlanje. So basically this is who we are as a consumer affairs. Ngiyacela ngolindela ama-complaints enu i-pamphlet enginayo abasesengaphile yile blue booklet nayo yonke into ikhava ngingakhokha both as a business owner and personally as well. Mina le futhi as well ngiyabona le ile ejournalism or country sites are illegal, stop consumer exploitation, and then I've got this one as well, then I've best before. You must make sure to understand the umehluko wa best before no expiry date. Isinto sami namhlanje sibhale best before 19 August. Ngizile isinto sakhona asikaboli asikho green, mari quality yakhona is compromised. But if best before expire in 19, there's a local error. So be very careful ukuthi nazumehluko. But if you see anything ebhedala lamakhandle yonke lento engikhulume ngayo ningakhohlwa ukusifonela sinisiza mara. Ngiyabonga kakhulu.
I'm going to hand over to the seat to explain. So I'm going to request colleagues from the city to come. We are going to allow questions at the end. There are issues if there are issues. No more than the issue. We are going to tell you which tables are going to deal with those issues. We've got other colleagues that are here. They are also here to give a service. They will not, some of them will not speak, but they will then tell you what their services are. So I want to take the city. They said planning comes first and then we have. And then after those two will then take the opportunity center. But the opportunity center, I want them to speak at the next. If you can agree. Again, who are you sound? They are the ones that are going to tell us what is it that they are providing as a service and so on. If we are agreed. If we are agreed. But I want to take flow from what Sikula was telling us kind of quickly. We will take the plane. Also, but time so that you can use SARS as after speaking
All right, thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'll start off by introducing myself. My name is Lakho. I'm from the city of Johannesburg. I work under the Development Planning Department as a town planner. I'm sure most of you here, or all of you, have heard about town planning. Have you guys heard about town planning before? Yes. So yes, I'm a town planner. I'm in the town planning department within the city of Johannesburg. What do we do there? What we do, we manage land. It's land, it's property, it's an earth. So your properties that you guys own within the city of Johannesburg, there is a department that is responsible to see what is happening with that property. Are you running a business? Are you staying there with your family? Do you have a school? Or there's an industrial activity that is going on. So that is what we are responsible for as town planners, is to make sure that there is peace within our environments, that there is no conflict between our land uses. Next door, uyahlala lapha kune-industrial activity eyenza noise the whole night, all this pollution. So we are there to protect that peace within our communities, also to make sure that there is sustainability. So it's for us to make sure that you guys are safe within our spaces. Okay, so that is what we do as town planners. So you guys as business owners, you are running your businesses within premises, within properties, within stands, within EFs. Those properties they've got is zoning. We call it zoning or planning. It starts from the residential one, there's residential one, where you find a small single family staying there, you find a rest for townhouses, flats. So each and every property within the city of Johannesburg in a zoning area, that means you have a right to operate whatever the property is sold for. So you cannot be on a residential 3, for example. Most of the properties in Soweto are zoned residential 3. You cannot be on a residential 3 stand and you are running a business. And you have never went to the municipality to seek or to ask for consent. You just decided, okay, this is my property, I have entitled it, I'm going to operate a business. That's not how it works. We are governed by laws, we are governed by bylaws. You have to come to the municipality before you start operating your business. Come to the municipality where I'm based. We are in number 100, New Town Junction Mall. We've moved from the old building, the Metro Center, since it's a New Town, imagine. It's 100, number 100, New Town Junction Mall. I think the name of the street is Casket. That's where we are based. So if you want to start a business, before you do anything in your property, should it be you want to build a garage, simple thing, you go to the municipality, you don't touch your property, you don't construct, you don't operate without going to the municipality first and find out if whatever you are intending to do, it is within your rights. So example, as I've already given you residential 3, you cannot just operate a business or residential 3 because the residential 3 is for people to live there, it's not for businesses. Let's say now you want to open a house shop. I'm sure most of you may be in lots of businesses, a house shop, shipping, a target, there's lots of businesses. I'll just start with the house shop. The house shop, there's a process that you need to follow. There's different processes, it's time about technical, but I'll just try and summarize it to simplify it for us so that we understand. When you're consent, you have a masspart. So when you get the form, you fill in the form, ask for certain documentation. It's the most important documents that you need to see whenever you are applying to the municipality, regardless of the type of application that you are doing or the business that you are operating, entitled to it. You must be the owner of that property. If you are not the owner of that property for other businesses, but for house shops, you have to be the owner. You must be residing in the property for you to run a house shop. So you must bring what is proof, entitled deed. For other businesses like a tavern shipping, you can list it out. If you are listing out the property, you need the power of attorney from who? From the owner. That's the most important document, entitled deed. The other one will be building plan. Have we heard about building plans before? So, okay, I'm sure most properties in Soweto they have building plans. So when you are assessing your application, you want to see the intention. Let's say if you want a tavern of 36 kilometers or you're converting an existing garage, if you use a tavern, you must show us on the pen, this is the intention, this is what I want to do, this is the size of my business, this is how cars are going to come in if it's a big business, because remember now, there's different businesses, there's small, there's, for instance, a tavern, you need parking for a tavern, unfortunately, because now, remember I said, we protect the environment. So we don't want you to create a nuisance in business there. So in tavern, you need what? You need parking. So those are such things that we look for when you assess these applications. There's different types of applications. I can't go through all of them today. I mean, it's going to be a different type of application for all of you that are seated here today. So I suggest that you come visit us. You want to operate a business? Come see the town planners. We are based at number 100 Car Street in New Town. Please bring your title deed so that we are able to assist you. One of the challenges that we face as town planners that are dealing with this development application is that they don't understand what they're doing. People don't come to us. We are available. We are ready to help you. Come. Don't submit an application if you don't understand. Go seek for a town planner at help desk. They will take you through the steps, the processes. If you want to put I want to Then find a professional town planner. Make sure that person is registered. There's a board where planners are registered with. Just make sure that they are registered so that I'm in demand. Then you can submit a crash application, simple application, crash will decide to type India to run the money if you want. Then this was the application. We face challenges where you submit all the plan, it's still a house, you don't see where the classrooms are. So it's such, as business owners, when you are embarking on these processes, just make sure you always consult with the town planners. Ask them to take you through all the steps so that the applications is there, so that this type is system. I'm sure when they submitted the applications, they will be following up, there is no progress because it's stacking. It's because of the quality of the work that we submit to the municipality, and you don't ask for help, you don't ask questions. Unfortunately, some of the things are free man. We do charge a fee for submission fee, the registration rate, which is there at Newcastle Street. We are going to give you the prices and all of that. I think that's all from my side. Thank you so much.
The city of Qondisa, they said health, so I take it that it's environmental health practitioners or practitioners. Yes, please.
Thank you, Program Director. Good morning to Councillor to our leaders, fellow colleagues, and especially to our guests. We are warm welcome. Good morning to all. I think the first problem we are putting on our lives. I will also emphasize the Constitution yet, I think Section 32 it talks about our rights to access information. Today we are here to access information. We should be proud of ourselves. I think we should feel ourselves around for this. My name is Ishishini from Environmental Health. Ishishini from Environmental Health. I'm a health inspector for work done. I'm working for the Department of Health. So Department of Health, their seat of job is divided into two. There's environmental health, there's a chemical health. Not the environmental health. Environmental health, we focus on with prevention. Then chemical health, we focus on with preventive. If you have lose a ban about environmental health, I believe back for them because now the environmental health, so I won't blame you for that. And environmental health is very important, and we tend to ignore. But it is my environmental health officers who aim it. But I understand lack of information. And it is your responsibility to go and search information. Sometimes you can't pick up the information around. You have the responsibility to go and search for information. So as I'm saying, Guti, I'm on prevention. And you tend to ignore. If you can go as president, I don't know if it's by yes, the government is prevention. So as we are not on prevention, see, I want to serve by my presentation is about I will just give you overview. And preparing, I will just give overview presentation. So I will give overview of environmental health as in center. Then looking at the key aspects of environmental health, looking at the functions, the environmental health is broad and it's about skin health. That means I will give you brief function. Then including compliance, including our challenges, the environmental health. I will try to very short. First of all, we have a right. We have the human rights. Meaning, if you do you're right here. For when you do period, it's not about putting out in the way. The environment around you can affect your health without knowing. Section 24 of our Constitution, each everyone has a right to environment that is not harmful to this or the health. The reason I'm saying that, we tend to get a complaint. When the engineer go, they attend the room, but no, who come back. Imagine when you complain, the minute influence just affects everyone. Material rights to the environment. Yes, so as a department, our crucial role as an environmental is to protect the public by preventing the diseases presented. Meaning we need to promote the healthy environment. We need to address the social determinants of health. Meaning the conditions as I said, they affect your health. If you are going to the next 2 standard, if you are top any essential so that you are not going to the next 2 standard, I may come on. Those challenges they are affected. So the key aspects the environmental health, as I said, we identify and assess our environmental health assets. Mandia work for engine to complain. The reason in the end is to identify and assess the environmental hazards. That means the minute in the hazards, I need to evaluate the risk. Then after the evaluation that risk, I will come up with control measures or preventive measures. That's key aspect of the environmental health. The aim is to promote the healthy environment. I will be talking more about environmental hazards. Hazards to add different. We do have physical hazards. Your noise, and it's noise I'm not going to step or what land, your phone, but not step or not that's physical hazard. The dust, physical hazard. Then we do have chemical hazards. Your pesticides, those are the hazards. We do have the biological hazards. Never our time is born in bacteria. If it's COVID was one of these hazards, the biological hazards. Those are the key aspects of the environmental health. Then I'm functioning way to environmental health. Because we have Ramasbala who are being controlled by National Department of Health. National Department of Health is a non-title ukuthi umasipala makaprovide ama-service to abahlali in an effective and equitable way. Meaning masiprovide ama-service sitreat wonke umuntu equal. Asinandaba ukuthi ubuya kuphi fanele sitreat equal. That's umthetho. Also as environmental health sisebenza ngomthetho yonke into esiyenzayo. Even if the inspector of administration is affected by the mistake, you only just say, environmental health is society. It's not just a you only can say so the function of policies are food control, which is very interesting. Food control meaning we inspect the food premises. Many people are not every place I would tell you food that they need to food that you pack. The wood and pan was better. The minute you take this out without food premises. We inspect and monitor the their food then we also educate, as I'm doing today, the public about the food safety. As I told you, we are managed and governed by a regulation number 8. For the food control, we are governed by the Act. That Act is all food stuff should be safe for human consumption. The minute to is food, and another thing is sweet, things is once a comment, or the final message for putting this way about Singapore. Then we have regulation, the 6 side for food control, that governs the general hygiene of food sources, that governs the transportation of and other related matters that is related to the that is man here the inspector shop here and he because of generally I'm guided by regulation. The regulation is no one is allowed to operate any premises without COA. The COA is a certificate of acceptability. It's a legal document that confirms compliance with hygiene and food safety standards. Essence of explaining the regulation is no one should operate any food premises without certificate. There are compliant premises even if you operate on first class, they need to take them back. You need to comply. The requirements I will give you details and because of the time condition. Something in this certificate and analysis is also again. It's not a any government address from only the final she was in the as an inspector of your shop. As a chief is the only inspector that must buy. I was not very inspector, I asked you 18 inspector, you are the only one. But the certificate was called on us, and finally, in the office in the master also applied in writing. I wasn't only for me. Then I will comment to know the office, see Lady Vancouver, or the office later, we have here also apply for COA. Punama requirements. I will just my year inspector, just here. As this one getting just here, because the first thing you check out the surrounding, and it is just to protect the environment. Your surrounding can affect. It is just here. As the inspector and the engineer call what Japan store, they check the surrounding decision. I'm not going to shoot that door. The main thing is the parity. The regulation is to focus on hygiene. You also check the structure. Then, as inspectors, the main aim is to educate. Not is about because I am there to educate, because it's with others. So if you apply it of COA, I will educate. Finally, when they 1, 2, 3, and you can check out the hygiene. If you put the finally screen. And then now, if my KFC, so the people are not saying. So, do you expect to happen to be part of the budget 7 to that in the winter? Finally speaking, to plan now as a principal. How to put that? Finally, the apron. Try the hand, and as the system can almost come at it, I will pass the numbers from my takes around to those legs to keep up allergens. And now we are trying to put the account to understand what I want to take care of the and it's improvement of physical hazards. Those are the physical hazards. Man could put my names work and put them at the matter because the bacteria is better. So, the Zofia can check the environment in our shop because of there are a lot of requirements of many information, but generally I will check the hygiene, that's the best thing. I don't have hygiene surroundings, you can apparently check the hygiene, check the structure circle, and if you tell one of these colors that it does, I will always recommend it. It's not must depend on the environment. But it's a multi-factor preventer, just because I it's not must, but finally valid. I would recommend you to your floors, your walls of this room. Because if we saw we are flying up here, to run them, I'm making that. So accumulator, I'm sorry, 10 what I was in capacity, so if you are complying, the reason is here is because of the so in front of you, and so we are very fair. Who doesn't listen to good as me out of this? But if I cheat you as compromise, because who cooks in a jail, I will need to be running about them. I know structure can take time, but finally, the physical improvement, I don't know, but the hygiene, then if you apply somebody to the we have to apply more apply their documents to follow your ID and then be certified because I don't know ID. Finally, many address. There is no thing here, no inspector, you will find the address because I don't know address, don't know we are. That's the challenge. See, I think the complaints are in the department because I need to say some insanity. It's going to check good building yako. Here compare structure suppose in the plan. But because of the environmental, so we are fully implemented out. But for many more conditions, yes, and approved. The right construction is going to lab in the place on a pipe. Yes, there's a official area that I'm also a complainer. So simply building plan, simply EMS, consider the money and document. We are just the environment. But the information they need to tell you is a lot of official things of sharing and number of movies or information because of time. That's number one. We also, because of the apply, it's free of charge, it's based on compliance. It's free of charge, but they can comply. But because of the running business, business license. Business license, yeah, but at the end of the presentation, I will give you the amount. But the requirements also still go goes through the community plan, finance the fire safety, finally comply. Doesn't mean because of applying automatically or transfer, you need to comply. I will give you each chance to comply. That's the function you're going to say that because of time I won't go too much details. Then function number 2 is waste management. You also give a service. You should have taken environmental health in science. If you go on, it's okay, they can function with adding to each other. School member who producer, e-waste. And e-waste, if it's not properly managed, it's an experience. So it's an actually the sellers when it comes to waste management. If your waste is not properly managed, so when challenge that's why also Messiah so inspecting the conversation was looking for other people and also the same. Because abandonment is that same black powder by 7 diesel from Delta, the Guinness State, and he gets another company, there's another company. So if your waste are properly managed, like it, it's a condition in German. Because when I'm flies, when you're going to lose about things that we're going to the flies, mine again, and we come to flies just in reception. And the challenges in with improper management of waste. About the waste by damper. Yes, can be. And it's also from a long time ago, she is facing some hotel level. Short of the challenge is not good. Today, there is another say that these illegal chemicals, the source of the problem. And our you waste is in the world. Apparently, they know who to pick it up is of people, but they decide to put it on a dustbin by United States. Everything is not a sensory. Every week, there's like every week, the con, but in every week, the flexion takes the clean up and manchise the clean up. Then in the same standards, but needing the right. So you waste differently managing. I said, because banana changes. For waste management, so if you shop, if you was to manage the vector control here, and vector control in our strategies are managed in management. And the simplest one here is just environmental hygiene. Because even if we certain the chemicals, as long as chemicals, if the hygiene are correct, the simplest strategy is to control the hygiene, environmental hygiene. Because I'm not going to keep on checking. You couldn't get anything that would have. You put our minds. So if you give as long as you want to change the you want if you need to go and buy pesticide. We must have a general change. If you don't need this, you can need to so the best pest control strategy is how you're putting up this support today. More than a chemical just to practice good hygiene. Near to this is talking about a chemical sensitivity. Wait, just now come to 2015. That's why we've got dogs. I will clean. And I'm not going to nice to put out the late. Kunaman is lower to the Lakho. Kuno, especially when I'm in Java, the late. Not with the night, you know, what they do. Then the challenges of community nuisance. Then I get a complaint of the problem. So those are the functional things that you then the other one we also inspect the premises station. We also do our crash this for and now operator crash they you need to have we apply the procedure. For a parent when the consent we come to put now what the consent. Now so we told you that we are going to apply that payment. But you also need to comply. Because the main aim is to protect the safety because most of our government is not because of I don't have enough time. Then any places that we increase back on we are also dealing with disposal of the dead. Our undertakers. We also inspect our undertakers. If you decide to go for a balloon to say it's to the gift to the commission, say follow the process, if the funeral undertaker finally comply with the human compliance certificate, but the compliance certificate is only for those abandoned funeral undertakers, not others. Undertaker meaning banana fridge. If you display a box because you don't get say random, you should go fast. Then we also deal in communicable disease as an issue to prevent. As an issue to the reason because of the environment. Your anti-hygienic conditions is that you have potential that's what would have disease. What's that would have more than two? The cases of activities of we arrive in the family something with gift. People like first check and point which goes about because often the issue was then we also deal in environmental pollution, meaning noise. We've got a challenge in noise, especially when they were not targeted. They were like that, music about the Luma Kilo and the as long as they never tried to take and still so is the right to the environment right. We also check the water quality monitoring. The streams there to see as monitors and the check. The girl to check as because of water quality. And it's not challenge. I want to get to Patata all jokes. My own national who's the native ruler? I'm not drain some water drain up because it waste. Especially now about things like I'm not going to clean the name but I don't want to go for it. Must be water drain. Who's in Vulaguneta? Okay, put him up for the residents. We are going to work, okay? So, those are the things the citizens are because of the pressure. I will explain in details, but I will leave my number so that people will learn more information. So, in terms of compliance, in case the issue is still a certificate of hospital or not, passport, any tax shop, anything they can say, no, it's a lot of people, even if you can just only in so it is free of charge, but it's based on compliance, not automatically applied for a higher job. Then you get a business license, The minute uthengisa i-fast food or uthengisa anything else ohlala efrijini just kufanele uzo-apply i-business license. Kunama-requirements besendiwashilo, but your business license for formal food, that means lama structure a formal SMG is 1,169. For informal, is 371.45. And for informal also, it's your end of but you need to comply with other governments. I need to start this discussion. I will just decide to accept no changes. But it complies. Meaning most of appliers of nigga something like about pension to JPT. The minute JP approve and they use a meeting, you will apply something together, but we monitor it. Then our health permit for our ECD is 1,153.69. Then our COC for funeral undertakers is 2. Those others are my events, especially our government travelers in Switch off, but I don't use it. The minute was ever given, and if I don't use it inform, apply the permission to include, I don't use it for this time and this time. And if I don't get consent from the councillor, I must have a will take this baby away. Is this what the citizens are? I think I will stop there. Okay, as I said, we also have other challenges. The challenges is now, I'm a food with especially on my shop. I'm a complex because of the structural problem. I'm not play. I'm not able to face woman, swap pipe. Those are the challenges with this paper. I'm a certificate. You talk to like you can clean, but no of them are applying the town playing. The main challenge is I already said here that the abandonment of the down. This is from to say number one, saying that this is some chemical error. Then as I said, I'm a complaint from a man traveling. I'm about to get that music as long as I'm not trying to get that is not allowed. Can I look at that for Apple? We also have the challenge, I'm not applications, I'm not convinced our toilet, as I already said. Most of them are on the truth, with pipe. But as environmental health develops systems and proven, the minute we challenge it, we outline. So we need to keep it as our environment, we need to work as a team. Because this is why I went to tell people, man, figure is not shooting as a 1, 2, 3. If the second design of comply, like this with this business. So I will leave you with this quote. We cannot have healthy people on a sick planet. Environmental degradation is now a current driver of the global disease. It is a quote from there. So, as is very environment, so that is so that patient. I want to make better development.
He said there is a period of destiny free mobility, other issues, other problem. I'm going to take that and try somewhere to explore some of the things that we faced. And then we get the movement from an element of compliance and then move a bit to the man part. We do whatever that. And then we said that was Australia, we still try that. And we'll take questions on the money part, but we won't take questions. Yeah? Mr. Emma, I know some people are here for the money, so I'm asking people questions on the money. And then I'm going to take Jeb. And then, because the questions will be responded to later on. So I'm going to take NFOSA, they are dealing with the banks. Not the business, how far to the money. Matrasi. Kalau there are problems with money matrasi, so with money matrasi, I must need to SARS. I explained why I find money matrasi. Then we tell names of let's hand over to SAS, and then we'll take that. And then we'll request colleagues from our entities to move closer so that I can start seeing. Thanks. We are here. So when there are questions, I think we must have as part of the provision test. Because I know when we talk about money, people feel that if you move about it doesn't come. So those kind of things, there's a test for SARS, there's a test for everybody that is spoken. So we can go outside and then get that things.
Good morning everyone. My name is Mary Gonzaga, and I am from the South African Revenue Service. Naturally, I am based in the Gauteng branch, and I'm here with my colleague from the Soweto branch. So basically, we're just going to be speaking, I'm going to be speaking about the role that SARS plays in small businesses. And one of the major things that I would like to address today is one of the biggest problems or the issues that we pick up when it comes to small business owners, the mistakes that you guys make and how it can affect you running a business. Now, first and foremost, what I'd like to first address is our registration process. As a small business owner, you know that if you have a business and you want to register, you first need to go register with the CIPC. I'm not going to go into detail with the CIPC registration process because there's a different department. I'm only going to focus on SARS processes. So once you've registered with CIPC, CIPC will register you with SARS. It's an automated registration. The minute you are registered with CIPC, when you receive your registration document, it's going to also have your tax number. But then on the same day that you register with CIPC, when you receive your confirmation, you will also receive a confirmation from SARS with a document that we call an IT-150. An IT-150 is a confirmation of registration. It will show your company name, your registration number, and your tax number. Alright, so you've registered your company. Now, what's the first thing that we expect as a receiver of revenue? The first thing is that if you're running a business, whether it's a one-person owned business, whether you guys have come as a group, it's 2, 3, 5, 10 members, 20, depending on the type of business you registered with CIPC. The first thing that you need to do is to appoint a public officer, or what we call a representative, the person that is going to be representing the company. Now, it is very important that each and every, even if it's a one-man owned business, you need to have, either you can appoint yourself, where in most cases we always advise that let the owner be the representative of the business. Now, when we talk about I'm a representative, when it comes to a SARS process, just in brief, a representative is the person that is going to be the liaison with SARS, meaning that if there's anything that we need or anything that we need to communicate, because sometimes we do communicate with our small business owners, we have our go-to person. Now, apart from that person being a liaison or the person that we communicate with, that person is also financially responsible for that company. This is very important because some people will just appoint anybody, and because it's tanda ikundla and being appointed, you accept something not understanding the repercussions of it. So if you are going to accept a position by a representative or a public officer, you need to know that you are going to pay the financial costs of the company. For example, if we come to you and we say that company so-and-so is owing us 100,000 for an example, and we need to collect, because we are going to collect, then we will face the representative. Ladies and gentlemen, being a representative as life, we are not going to entertain stories or say, no, but then I wasn't, no, but then I was not aware, and that's a lot that we get when we are collecting. See, and a representative to say you accepted being appointed as a representative. And ladies and gentlemen, it's also very important We always say that the onus are on you as a business owner to make sure that you educate yourself on AMA processes. You need to educate yourself on AMA legalities of owning AMA businesses. You need to educate yourself on what is expected of you as a business owner by law. So that's the first thing. You need to appoint a representative. Once you've appointed a representative, e-business, then you can go ahead and start trading. Okay, I'm also going to talk about our platforms 8. We've got a very beautiful, efficient platform called e-filing. As a small business owner, we always advise that you need to register for e-filing. Now, the person that will register the company for e-filing is the representative. So once you have been registered as a representative on our system, you will then be able to add the company on your e-filing profile as a representative so that you are able to submit your tax returns via e-filing. And you don't have to stress yourself about going to the branch, spending the whole day there, waiting on the queues, spending time that you could be losing for other things where the business needs you. Fine. Now, as a business owner, I'm now talking about other small business owners. You need to understand, ladies and gentlemen, that when it comes to SARS, there are 2 types of return, and this is very important. I wonder if you can get this and understand this. When it comes to SARS, you will not have a problem. Your life will be so easy. There are 2 returns that you need to submit every year. Those 2 returns, one of them is submitted twice a year, and the other one is submitted only once a year. Now, how we differentiate these returns, one is called a provisional return, also known in our jargon as an IRP6. And then there's an annual return that is called an ITR 14. Okay. Now, when you're submitting those returns, you need to know when you need to submit the returns because not all businesses submit at the same time. So the most important thing is that when you're registering with CIPC will ask you to elect a month that is going to be your financial year end. Right. So you've elected your month. Most companies will most probably elect February because that's the most common one. But then other businesses have a December financial year end, others have got a March financial year end, others have got a June financial. It depends on the type of business and when you want to close your books. Because your financial year end is when you officially close your books. Okay. You've elected your financial year end. The first return, it's a provisional return. Now, a provisional return, it is an estimate. We're not expecting you to submit your real information or the real business that you've been running for that year, for that period. It's an estimate. We are just asking you to provide us with an estimation of what you are expecting your business to, what turnover you are expecting for that period. Now, a provisional return is submitted twice a year. So what you're going to do to calculate or to know when you need to submit your provisional return is that from your financial year end, you count the first 6 months. Your first 6 months will be your O1 provisional return. After that, you count the second 6 months, which should coincide with your financial year end. That is when you submit your second provisional tax return. Easy enough, right? So now you've submitted your provisional return, which is twice a year. Then we give you a whole year to submit your annual return, which is your ITR 14. Now, an annual return, this is now where you provide us with your true reflection of what your turnover was for the year. Meaning, when you are submitting that return, you need to have your supporting documents. Your business owners, this is very important. You need to keep your supporting documents. Every invoice that you issue out, every sales that everything that you buy, you need to keep those invoices. Everything that you pay for, that are your expenses, your water, your electricity, your insurance, your rental. Depending on the pattern of business, you need to keep all of that information. Now, with the retention of the information, we always say that you need to keep your information for at least 5 years. So it's at least 5 years. You can push it to a maximum of 10 years. The reason why we say that, ladies and gentlemen, it is because when you submit your return, you can submit your current return right now. We can come back 5 years later and ask you for the re-audit, or we open an audit that you submitted 5 years ago. You need to be able to provide us with those supporting documents for that proof. So, now, okay, the annual return you submitted only once a year, and I said that we give you a whole year to submit that information, meaning that if you're a small business, you only submit your annual tax return a year later. I'm going to explain that. So currently, individuals are submitting their 2026 annual tax returns, those that are individual tax payers. But companies currently, they are submitting their 2025 annual returns. So your return is always going to be a year later, meaning next year, in 2027, you as a company will be submitting your 2026 return. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this information is very important for one of two reasons. As a business owner, when it comes to SARS, you've got two primary accounts. We call them accounts. It's your assessed account and your administrative penalty account. Now, with your assessed account, this is where now we record all of the returns that you have submitted from when you started the business. This is when now we calculate what your tax liability is for that financial year as a business owner. So we record your taxes. So this will always be as a result of the return that you submitted. And then we have the second one, which is the not so famous one, where people, if they want to kill SARS or any of us as AMA representatives, it's always because of the administrative penalties. Now, AMA administrative penalties, ladies and gentlemen, can only be charged for one of two reasons. One of two reasons. It's either for not submitting your tax return or for submitting your tax return late. Remember, I said that every return that you need to submit, there's a timeline. There's one that you submit every 6 months, and there's one that you submit every year at the end of your financial year, the month that you've elected as a financial year. Now, ladies and gentlemen, failure to submit your returns will attract administrative penalties. And you see this one, you don't joke with this one. And this is where we get most small business owners on. You find somebody coming to SARS, they registered a business in 2015, they have not been submitting the company's returns, they come in, we tell them that you are now owing SARS 50,000. How come I'm owing 50,000 and the business has never traded? It's because you were not fulfilling your tax obligation to submit your tax return. Now, the most famous question that we get, or the statement that we get, is that my business has never traded, so why must I submit a return? Right? Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a business that is registered and we've issued you with a tax number, you need to submit your returns. Submissions of returns are irregardless of whether the company is trading or not. It is irregardless of whether the company is making a profit or a loss. At every your return submission period, we are expecting you to submit your return. Whether it's a zero return because you have not traded, or you have traded but you're still trading. Because we understand that some businesses, especially small businesses, the first couple of years you might be trading at a loss, but we need you to declare that information to us. That's where most business owners make a mistake of saying, because I haven't received any funding, I haven't been trading, I haven't been doing anything, it's just dormant. So I don't need to submit. You do. And in some cases, if you want to keep your company records clean, and you see that the company is not trading, you can come to us and ask us to suspend your company profile. If we suspend it, it doesn't mean it's deregistered. It means that it takes away that burden of having to submit your returns every 6 months or every year until the business starts trading. And when the business starts trading, you come back and say, okay, my business is now trading, can you guys reactivate my account? Then from the date we reactivated, you are now expected to submit your returns. So that's the biggest mistake that small business owners will do. Register a business and not fulfill your tax obligations to SARS. Okay. I know I'm going to get a lot of questions on the admin penalties. I know, because you always do. Alright, that's the first part. Now, I've heard a lot of our speakers were speaking about, someone was speaking about funding, that you need to apply for funding and all of that. So now, if you're going to apply for funding, more especially with state-owned entities, you will need to get what we call a tax compliance PIN. Formerly, those that have been around for a bit longer, it's formerly known as the tax clearance certificate, where we used to give you the tax clearance certificate that shows that the company is compliant. So you will need to get that tax compliance PIN. Okay, you can still get it in a paper format, but then it's going to have a PIN when we issue you a PIN for tax compliance. Tax compliance, ladies and gentlemen, you will only get it only if you make sure that your company is fully compliant. Meaning that the company doesn't have any outstanding returns, you make sure that you submit your returns and you submit them on time, that the company is not owing any taxes or they're not owing any administrative penalties. That is when we provide you with the tax compliance PIN. Now, previously with the old system, if we issue you with the tax compliance PIN, it used to be valid for 12 months. So within the 12 months, many business owners will be very, very naughty. They will leave their books, not submit, not do what's right. And then when it comes time for them to apply for a tax compliance PIN or tax compliance certificate for the next year, then we see them rushing to make sure that now they're compliant. Now we make sure we're getting everything together. We make sure, okay, because I now want to again go apply for funding or I need another one. It doesn't work like that anymore. It doesn't work like that anymore. If you want to get a tax compliance PIN and you want to make sure that that PIN remains compliant, it means you need to fulfill your tax obligation of submitting your tax returns. It means that you need to make sure your provisional returns are in, you need to make sure your annual returns are in, so that tax PIN remains compliant. The minute you default, that PIN will become non-compliant and you will need to apply again for renewal. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the beautiful part about SARS is that our services are free of charge. We don't charge you on our services, but we do charge you taxes. So you need to know that we do charge you taxes, but then our services are free of charge. Basically, ladies and gentlemen, that's the major problem that we experience with small business owners. So my takeaway was, the takeaway from all of this is that you need to make sure that you do what is right. You make sure that if you don't, sometimes we'll send notifications. If you receive a notification from SARS and you don't understand what it says or you don't know what it's talking about, we have call centers. You can book an appointment with our virtual branches. We've got walking branches. Yes, now we work on appointments, but then we do take unsolicited branch visits for those fast, quick, but then you need to make sure that you get there early because we're servicing the whole country. Yes. So our queues are long, you can expect to wait. But then also the most important thing, once you have a business running, I also emphasize to register on e-filing. E-filing makes life so much more easy. Because on e-filing, there's basically almost nothing that you cannot do on e-filing. From updating of details, updating if the company changes banks and you want to update, you can update it, you can submit your returns, you can apply for your tax compliance PIN. So there's basically almost nothing that you cannot do on e-filing, and then it minimizes the chances or the expectation for you to visit a sales branch and you stay there for the whole week, and it is the whole day. It is the whole day. Yes, I think I will round it off there. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
I'm going to off. Looking for us to get to safe. Must go through the city, get to SARS. Also, there are fellows, same way. My love, how do you go there? But the problem would move those and you can't stand up and do it. Probably pay a lot of money. Jack will come and tell you. Simply I'll tell you that they are doing it for free. Some others will tell you that they for free, but there are businesses that are doing it for profit. Then we take questions. Yes, if it's not around when you know why? Ladies and gentlemen, she's been here, she's been the first person that she has yet called her to tell. Now that's discipline. I'm not sure about young people. Some will have missed important discussions, but she's been here from that time. So it takes discipline. It takes sounds like you don't say the Qondisa, you say Qondisa, and then okay. Very much. Over to you. Then we take questions.
Second director.
Yes.
Someone really it's already after 12, so you must have. So if you go to you much that they need. Yeah, I think it's good. It's been long sitting, listening, a lot of information. I think we need to get a little bit vibey. In some instances, MC, there's a bit of music just to weaken the audience and take them to the art to scratch. As mentioned, my name is Government Different Sector, that is the Small Enterprise Development Financial Agency. So this is the agency of the Department of Small Business, and what we do basically, we support small businesses. Our support comes into the support what we call non-financial support as well as financial support. So I'm not alone in a name, my colleague Osman Pepe is over there. I think our companies are also I'm not alone. We also have our team outside, so if you want to engage, get more info, ask questions, feel free to engage with two of our colleagues who are mainly that step. In a nutshell, we look at businesses that are starting up and also businesses that are existing. How many of us here already are in business? Primarily businesses that are now already done, where you are already trading. I see a few hands. It doesn't matter, or whatever type, but as long as you are already operating. So you operate, you've got customers, you buy, you sell, you offer a service, a product, you register. You see, I must talk when the SARS is here. So you register. You've got bank accounts, and we know things are not going to be perfect. In some instances, we might not have a bank account. But please do open a bank account because it's one of the channels that facilitates proper running of the business. So once you registered, you've got a bank account. Now the next step is, you've got all your compliance in place. When the time comes that you come to SETFA looking for funding or whatever, you fully loan. The very same aspects and factors that she mentioned, and even the previous speakers, from town planning, compliance, and so forth, consumer affairs, those are the type of issues that must be on the table. So when you apply to us, number one, your business must be registered. Number two, the market compliance. The COA that was mentioned here, we're going to ask for it if you are handling food. If you don't have it, we cannot assess your beer. The zoning, for example, the zoning certificate, if you are running a business, whatever, into a lodge, a PNB, a restaurant, you name it, we're going to need a zoning certificate so that we can see that the business has been properly zoned for that particular purpose. Because without that, we really don't have a reason to exist. Now imagine if we've already given you a loan, it's a roofing loan, and then later come claiming consumer affairs, and they come up and they say, we don't in this business, we don't have a right to operate. How are you then going to pay that loan? Yeah, so it's going to be trouble. So those are the type of things that you need to make sure are in place so that by the time you come to SEFA, you are able to comply. And compliance is key because it runs right from the start. When you go on starting the business, right up you run the business until the business physically closes. There's to be compliance. I'm going to quickly run through the funding programs that we have. Firstly, our exclusions are from the business fund. We fund businesses that are starting up as mentioned and also existing, but we don't fund businesses that are into the manufacture and supply of alcohol. So if you are running a shipping, unfortunately, we can't fund you, and that's as per government policy. So our funding businesses that manufacture or supply liquor, tobacco, arms, we don't use type of businesses. The rest we do. If you are into food, retail, service businesses, you are a plumber, electrician, motor mechanic, construction, you name it, those that are businesses that we do. The business that we fund must be owner managed. And as you are aware, you have to be registered. So either a PTY, a CC, corporation, you name it, but you have to be registered, and then you need to have a majority ownership of that business being black. So more than 51% must be black, and then the owners of the business must be fully South African citizens. Now, our business development support. Here we support and assist you because as a business person, when you start your business, you don't have everything. You might need a business plan, you might need information about a particular market, you might need information about even SaaS, you might need information about a particular market, product, even exporting or networking or linking up with particular suppliers. So our business development support runs those type of sessions. So on a weekly basis, there are those information sessions where you attend and an assessment is done so that you can clearly indicate, and I'm sure those forms are available if you go to our desk out there, so that we can know exactly what is it that you need at the level of your business. Because you saw most of the people here are still starting up. And when you start, I don't know whether you've got the idea or you've got the business already. Some of us can come in with just an idea to say, this is the business that now, if you go to our desk or go to our offices, we've got an office open park. There's an office park. And just next to the theater, next to the city center. We've got an office there. Workshops are conducted. So you are able to attend information sessions and get all the info. And part of the information that you're going to get is how to start a business, how to take your concept into a full-fledged and running business. So this is where you're giving all the information. And what is key is that there's service providers that are going to be aligned to your business so that you are able to have a business plan. And also, you can get information as much as you can regarding license, permits that apply to your particular sector. So that by the time you come to apply for funding, you are ready for funding. And you've got all the documents and all the compliance in place. So at that level, now you can come to our lending site and say, I need it. When you go to our lending site, you apply online before the website. All the info, as I said, is right there at our desk. There's a call center, there's a helpline, you name it. But on our website, that's where you go through the process to create an account, log in, and then you are able to apply for a loan. And then all the information that we just mentioned, the compliance, the registration, and all of that, you must have it. Because on our online application portal, this is where the system will say, download your company registration, your CIPC. You download it, bank statements, you download it, tax clearance, status, you download, and so forth and so forth. So that's why you must have all of those in place. And once you've done that process, then the system will give you a reference number. So this is where you can follow up and say, same apply in the money section. How far is my application? Are you able to help me? Yeah, how far are you? Then once you get that application, you look at it for completeness and then it gets allocated. If you are from Soweto, obviously, it's going to be allocated to the Gauteng South Office, which is in Parktown. We've got national footprint in all the provinces. There is a central office there, all over, especially in the major cities. Smaller towns, we've got a co-location, so we might be there, smaller than a desk, and 1 or 2 reps comes maybe once or twice a month. But we do a full representation in all the provinces. Quickly, I think the program director was very keen when it comes to mine. I can make him prepare, and I was just making sure I stand right in front of the SARS people. Because whatever she says actually applies to us. And they've got the upper hand. I can just admit to you, ladies and gentlemen, if your text letters are not good, you're not going to process your application. I can just make it clear. On our system, we are able to go into SARS system with the PIN that she was mentioning. So once we got that PIN, we can go and check. If you are non-compliant, system non-compliant. At that point, it's a no-no. It's a potato. So please, I'm going to use Lakho. I know she is from SARS. So the system will tell us, and then we won't know exactly what is happening. But it's exactly what she said. Non-compliance, I'll submit your returns and so forth and so forth. And as a result, the system will flag you as non-compliant. And then that's highlighted in red. And then after you are sorted out, you also able to go again to the system, we check, and then once we check, once it says compliant, it will green. Then that green, we are good, we go ahead. Even if we can apply and approve that loan, before we disperse that loan, before we pay, you apply for the loan, we've approved to ahead. Before we disperse, we go to check again. And if that red flag is still they say non-compliant, as well as keep in mind. So MC will not be impressed, we will not release the money until we sort out in the Zakho process. The funding programs that we've got, number one, and I'm going to start with this one because I think it will apply to a lot of people. We've got what we call township and rural enterprise program. So this is a program that is made specifically for businesses that are in township and rural areas. Yeah. So the information that I'm sharing with you is there on our website. So you don't really have to take notes unless if you want to get more into the detail. But our desk in Adelaide, if you go to our website, info is there, and most of you are going to see this pamphlet. So I'm just going to quickly wrap up what's on this pamphlet. So triple Lakho is for businesses that are in townships, so that people who are in township can directly get that benefit of being economically supported. Our loans are up to 1 million. Because most of these businesses are small. You might be running a bakery, a car wash business, Shishanyama, you name it, a salon, or you're a retailer, and so forth and so forth. And you might need that little bit of cash to boost you. You might be operating from home, and now you are ready enough to go and operate in a bigger premises. So we've tailored this funding program up to 1 million. The loan is repayable over 3 years. The good thing is that interest rate, this program is fixed at 5%. So the interest that you're going to pay here is up to 5% and it's fixed. The good thing again, this is a blended funding. So which means it's a combination. There's a loan portion as well as a grant. The grant will now be up to 100,000. So if you come yourself and say, I want to apply for TREP funding, you meet all the qualification criteria, 100,000 of the money that you need, which should not obviously exceed $1 million, 100,000 of that will be a grant. So funding now will go into things like equipment, tools, stock, refurbishment, and all of that. And we need to clearly cut out breakdown now. The loan that I need from yourself will do 1, 2, 3, 4. But obviously, most businesses that are expanding will need support on those points. Even if you're a startup, we are able to look at that. What I can highlight, the businesses that we've got back home, it's good when they are up and running. Hence, we ask either or to who of you are already in business. Businesses that are up and running, they stand a better chance of getting the loan approved. Because I get on a track record. You can prove on how to take a I've got my bank account, I've got my financial records and so forth. And even if you don't have financial records, because we know that small businesses, it's not easy for you to get somebody to do your books. It's not smart, and most of small people are actually do accept, we understand that. But at least keep bank records, keep your bank statement, so that you can prove on it. This business is making money. Yeah. So our trouble will not what I'm doing. We're going to need a reference. My colleague from South says already admitted. Keep those records for 5 years or even more. But we understand, if you don't have financial statements, please have bank statements. That's why you need to have a bank account. Because at some point, you need to prove that you are credit worthy. And the more business you do using your bank account, it gives you more credibility. Because now we are serious, we are making money. But at some point, you want to prove it, I'm making money. And how do you do that? So you can only do that if you've got bank statements. Understandably so, if it does happen, you don't have bank statements, then please keep those receipts, invoices, slips, because you do pay for buying stock, goods, you do pay for some services. So that's what we're going to need. The very same records that SARS is saying they need, we don't know that because we're going to use that information to access your loan. Going forward, think about Triple township based business must be a township or in your up to 1 million, 100,000 grant. So which means your loan portion will be the difference. We also are able to filter in after refunding. You may not be able to pay your first installment in the next month. So we'll give you a holiday break for 3 months and say in these 3 months at least let the business pick up and have enough cash so that in month number 4 you are then able to pay your installment. The second program will be manufacturing support fund, we call it SEMS. So this is strictly for businesses that are into manufacturing. It doesn't matter whether it's township, rural, Kasi, in town, as long as the business is involved in manufacturing. Our main threshold of funding, we fund up to 50 million. So that's our maximum. It doesn't matter anywhere else. But each program has its own limits and thresholds. And as I mentioned, which is township and rural, up to 1 million. Manufacturing fund is for any business up to 50 million. The loan repayment period here is for 84 months. We fund startups as well as existing. As I mentioned, existing businesses are all preferably listed in the chance. Startup, exceptional cases. Startup, there's no track record, there's no single list. Everything that we are looking at is based on a plan. That's why we need to have a business plan, and that business plan we have to look at it, critique it, interrogate it, and make sure we can calculate our risk based on this plan that you are presenting to us. And as I mentioned, if on a day, a track record, preferably 2 years or so for the manufacturing businesses, it makes that easy because we have a point of reference to say, here's the business, this is how long it has been operating, and this is how profitable it is. So once we will travel, we can have a point of reference to say, and we are then able to fund it. The repayment periods, I've already touched on that. Interest on the manufacturing program is linked to prime. So we will depend on what are the developmental factors within this particular business here. How many people are going to employ? Where is the business located? Is it in a busy town, big town, small town, So those are all the factors that are going to be looked at. We've got a scoring system. So we take that info, we put it on our score, and the score will determine as to how much grant we're going to get. The manufacturing program also has a grant portion. So 20% of the loan that we're looking at will be offered as a grant. And as I mentioned, our maximum loan, our amount, the threshold is 15 million. So of that 15 million, around 20% will be looked at as a grant. And depending on all the developmental factors, then you are able to say, if business is a grant income. I'm going to move a little bit faster so that we cover most of the programs. We've got a youth fund. This is targeting young people, and I see we've got quite a lot of people here. Young as in our, constitution and policies are people up to the age of 35. So those are the ones that we qualify. We've got two streams, the people who are classified as young, those who are business owners under the age of 25. If your business is in ICT, you are into technology, innovation, and the business is ICT driven and ICT based, the grant that you get is up to 40%. But if your business is into any other sector, retail, manufacturing, related, then the grant that you get will be up to 20%. The threshold is still the same, but as you are aware, most young people are into technology, AI, the fourth industrial revolution, and so forth and so forth. So this is the area where a lot of young people are in, and hence the grant is increased to 50% for young people who are into businesses that are ICT and technology and innovation driven. The rest is still the same. Remember, our exclusions are still the same. No to businesses that are tobacco manufacturing, alcohol, arms, and so forth. So this is still businesses that are within our framework of being good businesses. The next program is for people living with disability. It's called Amavunja. So this is specifically tailored to people who are living with a disability. The key part, ladies and gentlemen, the person must prove that they are living with a disability. So to this effect, we will look for a medical certificate just to justify. Disability comes in many formats, and I'm sure most of us may know. Some people might look exactly like me, but they do have a disability. So I'm critical that we must have a medical certificate to support the fact that they are living with disability. And here there's also the rest of the support that we mentioned. Our loans up to 15 million. And the good thing about Amavunja is that their interest rate is prime less 5%. So this is a very, very purposeful intent to say this is how we're going to support people who are living with disability. And of course, the businesses could be startup, could be expansion. And as I mentioned, businesses that are already up and running stand a better chance. That's why it's important that you must get started, work, and get this business operating so that you are able to build a track record. Remember, when you look for funding, what is also key is that you need to show that this product or service that you're offering is acceptable by the market. There's a demand. And you've got a way of taking this product, delivering it to the people, using the best methods of channels so that the load that you're going to get enhances the delivery channel and also enables you to meet market demand. Those are the key elements that we get. The demand for this product. If it's new, it's even worse. What we have are all assumptions. Yes. So we need to test those assumptions to see as to whether are they realistic or not. And then an existing business has an advantage because it can say this is how we are performing. There's proof that there is demand. There's proof that our product is acceptable out there in the market. There's proof that the market can actually afford this product. That's quite easy. But for a new business, it's a challenge. And hence you see this distinction between new business and existing business. So ladies and gentlemen, the rest of the other funding that we can get is what we call direct lending. So here we find someone who might want to buy a chicken little franchise, a KFC, you want to set up a petrol station, or you want to buy over an existing business. Someone says, I've been running this business for a long time, I want to retire, and then I'm available up for sale. And so I'm selling it. So this is where we come in, we can look at that. We also do property funding, commercial property, but we only restrict it to the property where the business is operating. And that business must have been in existence for at least 2 years so that we can see that this business is profitable, and also the site where we want to buy is a good site for the business. So that's where we do the commercial property. We also do purchase order funding. You get a purchase order, and most of you might be familiar, where you are on the CSD database. Government obviously sources most of its suppliers. We might get a PO purchase order. We look at that. The only criteria that is pressing is that the person that's giving you the PO, the off-taker, whether it's the department, SOE, whoever, they must be willing to give CERFA a session of payment. So what that means is when you submit your invoice, when they make payments, they're not going to pay you to your company. The money will come into CERFA. And the CERFA will take the loan that is given to you plus admin and interest, the balance is then given to you. Yeah. That's the easy way to see the transaction, because in the past we've lost a lot of money where people were funded and payment was made into their accounts as customers. Instead of them coming to pay us, they disappeared. So we've got an agreement which is formal. Since CERFA will sign it, you as the customer will sign it, the off-taker will also sign it to say when they release money, the money will go into CERFA's dedicated account. So basically, it safeguards everybody and it improves the way of doing business and also safeguarding the payment of the loan. But also it makes us to process the loan quicker because we know our risk is covered. You have been approved to deliver, to do whatever work for the government or state-owned entity. So all we need to do is to make sure the money is processed, you get your money, and then we get paid, we recover our loan, and everybody wins, and the deal is done. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I've covered all the funding programs as well as the business development support. Like I said, more information is our desk. The rest of the information that we just mentioned is on our website. But we will be around to interact. But our stories are available. On that note, I can only wish you the best in your businesses. Thank you very much.
I'm going to take Liqua after here, after the questions. I'm going to take Liqua, GP, Surgery, CT. There's a list that need to come in and explain several things. So I thought let's take the questions now on what has been presented up until here. But before, there is a to some of the issues that small businesses are experiencing challenges for. Yeah. But I will use our so that because I want to get GLB, it's called GLB, NFO, I want them. We declare for this now. There will be actually, we will actually explain our process. This is how the banks are doing it, this is what the regulations are saying. So I've got a question here that I'm going to give the trial. Few minutes that just cover on based on what we faced, some of the issues that were seen from businesses in the space. So that colleagues can respond and we take hands. I know there's a hand here. Any other hand? 2, 3, 4. Just hold on to your numbers, and then 5. And those would be our first round. Then we'll take other presenters, and then we'll take the second round. It's 5. But we'll keep on going like that. So keep our team.
Yeah, check. The total is 5 minutes. Let me check it.
I see it's 3.5.
3.5?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, no. I think we are
somewhere.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, good afternoon. My name is Peggy, my wife's father. I'm the founder and the president of the Township Economic Commission SA, which is an NPC. We are not a government entity, and also we're not aligned with any political party. We're just here for business. We do 4 things quickly. We do township transformation, development, growth, and protection of township. The biggest problem that we're facing, we're not protected as township businesses. When you talk about township economy, you're talking about an economy that is 4 siblings. With the rural economy, the gender-based economy, the informal settlement economy, and all that, right? Now, the challenge, colleagues, that we're facing, we've got the issue of us saying we want to start businesses and run businesses, right? But we also have the challenge that says government's got the money. But the problem is people who don't see the impact. Where is the problem? Then we realize the problem is within the compliance. There's 3 types of compliance. There's business compliance, which they were talking about, where you register with CIPC, SARS, and all that. That's a business compliance. The second compliance is an industry compliance. Industry compliance, you talk about all the licenses that you need, they spoke about it, right? Then the last compliance is funding compliance, exactly that you were saying. Because if we don't tick all those boxes, it's a problem. Now the challenge that we're facing, we're only looking at government only, but not about the private sector, right? Because at the end of the day, the private sector also must play a role. Now all what we're asking, one, is for us as businesses to dress up and show up. This platform are created for us, because if you don't attend this platform, the information, you're not going to get the information, but the information, you can get the information, but if the information is not put in good use, it's the same as you don't have the information. It's critical for us guys to inform ourselves, to know exactly what are the challenges. I can tell you, colleagues, this is a big elephant in the room. Running and starting and running a business is not an easy thing, as you guys can hear now. Can you imagine, you want to start a business, you want to run a business, look at all the things that you need to follow, right? Now we needed to come up with the clever way of doing it. For example, that this is why it takes us here, to say, guys, come and engage with people like us. We're able to sit down and take you through the journey. You don't have to go all the way from door to door, from this door to this door, till what you can then do. We sit down and say, okay, let's get about 20 companies that want to go and apply for funding if they are already fund ready. If we say there are people that say, Tina, we want to apply for industry compliance, let's say COA, what you call trade licenses, trade permits, we then go in bulk. Because this thing of us doing business in ISO, it's not going to happen. It doesn't help us. But the problem is that, Tina, we don't want to work together. We say to you guys, come, let's work together. I can tell you, not a single person will come and talk to me after this meeting. Because when we do session like this, it's very important to start engaging them as well. You don't just wake up, stand up and then you go without engaging them. What was the purpose for you to be here? Now I'm saying, colleagues, I just want to encourage you guys, it's not easy to do business in this country. We are not protected as township and rural economy. It's about us to stand up, to come together and work together. But challenges are there, colleagues. One of the biggest challenges is the compliance. Look at the solution to solve the compliance issue. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thanks very much. Telling us that businesses don't want to work together. It's not me. It's not my the second speaker that speaks about cooperation being non-existent. So you are the only one having trust. The rest, any aspect.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Before I pose my question, can I kindly provide context for the specifics? Thank you very much once again. So in South Africa, for the past 3
now, the context therefore must be within what is raised absolutely by the speakers, whether it's the city, the consumer first, SARS, and
context cover ama institution so far.
Yes, child speakers.
So for the past
decades post-apartheid, we have reported as a country committed to spatial justice, the principle that geographic location should not determine economic access or opportunity. Yet the actual geography of enterprise development infrastructure has not moved. It remains out of townships, it remains out of rural areas. So ECIPC registration remains concentrated in urban CBDs. Development finance institution making windows operate from urban sectors, manufacturing capacity in special economic zones as well as industrial development zones sits outside township boundaries by policy design. So training, compliance services, operating locations require township entrepreneurs to leave the township to get access to Brown Park, whereas duties normative colleges, election, Nasemakaya. But to proceed, this is not an accident. Duty, it is a flaw. Duty is the amplification of the spatial planning. Namanje is still at play. Were excluded from operating in city centers or which is productive for the betterment of our economy. So our opportunities, they remain outside of our location. We don't have QTE, Gauteng Enterprise Propeller is the only institution which is now in Nairobi. Soweto is the most populous area in the country. It has the most poor people affected by disenfranchisement as a result of our pool. But we don't have enough institutions to address the which we are on our own. Our government South Africa is no different from a dictator from the rest of the continent because they do not prioritize so spatial planning is still being amplified by the government. So a question does the government of the day think it's important? Enterprise development infrastructure which is taking advantage of indawo efana nama-TVET college ukuthi accessibility increase kube ne-help desk ye-CIPC, kube ne-help desk ye-SAD, kube ne-help desk ye-Department of Labour futhi within ama-TVET colleges, since they are the most centralized institutions government within our communities. So do you think it's important for the government to take that approach?
I think it's a very good idea. But I can tell you that not all of us go to college. So we cover from this, then some of the questions were meant to respond to what you are raising. Colleagues are there to respond. The number two. There are 5 people, they can't be more than that. That's what let me take the order. Here in the front, let me take this one.
Yeah, that one.
Okay. Yes, I'm not too sure program director or we protected, and I speak on behalf of the community of protected. We own account breakers, and own account breakers I'm referring to hawkers, informal businesses, social economy, So the point I'm trying to make is that we listen to the very exciting presentation and they're very helpful. But mostly they are technical and support systems that are exposed to SMMEs, how possibly they can access funding and resources. That's basically where I am. I'm not sure if I understand the actual presentation correctly. But let me hasten to go because it's my name. But they are functionaries in the department anyway. My point is that and I'm going to keep mostly informal businesses. Anyway, brought up a very type of an example, informal businesses. But he makes a mention of the fact that certain sections of the business are run by foreigners. And like us, we need also to take largely certain types of development and strategic approaches to see to it that some of these vulnerable business sectors are also looked at and are promoted amongst us, because our multitude, when you recycle, is debt and this is found. And the recycling, as one example, is taken over by foreign nationals, not especially Basotho. Basotho, why they buy Suku? Why people buy Suku? This is formal business. But business, we need to have a realize, which is technical what we're presenting here, but I want to put policy aspects in the same thing, or in the debate. For the Department of Environment and Forestry is promoting, he promotes, I think, recycling. And there are policies around that. I think economic development at the provincial level needs also to go down and bring a broader understanding of how much impact we make it in relation to conflict. The recycling sector, the recycling economy is dealt with by foreigners. Only to an example, in the African Reclaim Mass Organization, and most are Zimbabweans, and they're in the cities, in the suburbs. And Makua, Baba accept that because they also put up bylaw of acceptance, what you call framework and policies for it. Be careful of waste pictures. Because we're going to be telling a lot more economic, but we can talk much about those. But I wanted to bring that as a sense that development, economic development, how they must balance. We need to look at how we also bring this to the attention of communities across there, because we undermine that kind of a sector. That's my point. I want to make it what speedy as I can. The other one had a way the bicycle keep fair. My point was we are constrained by policy food. How are we constrained by policy, more especially in relation to access to resources and funding, is that the informal traders policy that is part and parcel of Joburg bylaws restrict by Churubona, Baskaba Prod, Baskaba Open. How Rexady Veg, Baro Rexady Veg fair. You get my point. But at the time when we have round robin, their policy formulation on the township economic draft by lawyer Johannesburg, they excluded some of the things that the white paper on township development or township economy, which was also signed on the 24th of November by Velocosin Services as Minister of Corp. And a number of those things. So I thought we need also, those are the things that also restrict informal traders to formalize, because most of us here, we are SME registered. That's why when we text what we do and all those sorts of things. So those are the things that makes the township economy as part and parcel there. I mean, the informal sector is part and parcel of township economy, not to grow. We want them to access what's called, and the totally giving bureaucrats have what's called impediments, which is what's called the permit and all those sorts of things. So within the context of this discussion, we need not to marginalize the most vulnerable business sector, which is informal economy. In fact, by the way, Tanzania, Mexico, Bangladesh, Indians take informal economy very serious. In fact, in Brazil, there is a department and a ministry that is dedicated to informal economy, and most of them is recycling because it's part and parcel of the development economy and global modeling systems of that. So, they were trying to give reflect on
Yes, I think it's important that we give you an opportunity to ventilate yourselves as businesses. But when we get into policy discussions, then defeats the kind of conversation.
Yeah, that's.
But I want that conversation.
Yeah.
So what I would propose is that take the conversation, let's have it. Yeah, not a problem. Because you said we're coming back to Johannesburg in November, we're coming back to Johannesburg in January. So the understanding, right, is that I want that conversation.
Yeah.
Right? So we are not sure can we get a sense of collating those kind of questions? Because we might need the chief director to also have some sense of response and give context. So if I move on to number 3, that based on just so we need conversation. So again, let's give others and then we continue with our conversation. Let's take the conversation offline, but the city is here. The city of Johannesburg is here. We are here. Some of the issues that they are raising, we will respond to them. And those that are able to respond to them, we will then take them others in power and come back.
Maybe I should reserve these submissions.
Yes, please.
For the next coming forum that is convened by the MMC of Economic Development on the 28th at Vista. I think we should be.
Yeah, but I want those issues. But for me, I still want them. Submission there, but you don't have to say it, but I still want that information. Yes.
Simon, it's okay from Africa, from the Mohawk Bookkeeping Services. I'm a professional bookkeeper. Let's say to our venture into the coffee space. They set up a professional coffee shop, pastry, and have 7 breakfast. Kutsayaka iyaho awuswat planning, from environmental health. For the family kane ko office tsa rona, let's say ke identify the space maybe go Gauteng and we can set up a coffee shop there. For assistance or the whole the direct how do I go about it because of before Kitlam, my focus was just to get the funds to run with the coffee shop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 4.
Salmonani. All right. First, I do want to say thank you for information, especially for Tinawani and you, just to hear of course, quick presentation, but do want to say thank you. So the question that I do have, I guess I have just only 2 questions. One is concerning, just go to comment too fast. The question I have, you mentioned this funding for small enterprise manufacturing support fund, and I felt that you did not explain what you mean by manufacturing. Maybe let me also mention this. I'm a fan of a company where we convert spinach on the farm, so we convert spinach into a powder. So to me, that in terminology, I'm manufacturing a product. So it could, I don't know if. As well, I also represent a Soweto Book Cafe, which is located right here. Is only I'm an author, I write. So does that also fall under manufacturing, or are you talking industrial? So I did not get clarity on that. And then the last question, you mentioned that you support businesses that are in operation. Maybe, I don't know, maybe your website you have the information as to the duration. Are you talking about in operation 3 months or in a year? Those are just my 2 questions. Appreciate it.
The last one is supposed to be president. So you should start out the processing. There are 2 questions that speak toward the department's MEC ethical head is responsible for, but I've not seen that department here. No, environment has been infused. So that's fine. That is covered. I'm not sure what. Yes, you said you're sorted.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Sigosiso Fumani. By profession, I'm a psychiatric male nurse. I help males in business with mental health because it takes a lot of us mentally. And I also run Tuan Bakery, which is based in Toronto State Park, which currently hires people with disability and currently feeds 200 children every Sunday with our soup kitchen. Also run loyalty transportation, which transports nurses to work, and also into rental properties. My question is based on the compliances. How does one comply when is running a business in an informal settlement? Because when it comes to the requirements of the rezoning, it becomes difficult for us to comply because of the informal settlement where our situated in. And then back to the compliance. Also, I wanted to find out what other requirements is for us to comply in the transport business. And then going to the SARS. I wanted to know, are there going to be penalties when one has registered business, let's say maybe last year, but has been dormant, has not been doing anything? Now he wants, as you just said, that you can go to SARS to tell them to suspend. So since the business has been opened for a year and it's still dormant, are there going to be any penalties? And the second question for SARS is, you're running a business, but you haven't registered it at CIPC, but you do have a bank account. You do your transaction using a bank account. Are there going to be implications to you, or are you supposed to submit your annuals or your provincial? Yes, thank you. Or please follow us on Facebook, Tunani Bakery, and TikTok and Twitter. And we accept any donations, no monetary donations, your till stuff, big beans, anything related to that, just for us to feed the children every Sunday. Thank you.
Establish a fund just to seek charge for marketing. You can't just allow to use us like that. You want to use, but not like that. I'm going to take questions for responses, but I want SARS. Because I don't know, no, mom, I want to call you, I think that is the right. Yes.
Sanibonani, igama lami ngoDudu wakwaDluvu la eDlamini. Ngicela ukubuza ngimele abo-deregistered. I'm sure akusiyi iphela la abo-deregistered. Ngiyezwa abantu bakhuluma ilanguage siyabonga campaign economic ukuza la. Umbuzo wami ubusisi weSARS. Mina ngabhalisa 2012 but njengoba uyichaza ukuthi so if you wanna fix izinto zakho, can I just come eSARS ngizothi mina ngoDudu ngabhalisa ngashiya kanjalo because I didn't have information le engizwa today. And siyacela ukuthi mhlambe nilokunikeza leso wethu nizosifundisa because some of us, I think it's lack of knowledge. Ngiyabonga.
I think the opportunity center will respond to this in our available cabinet. But let me give SEFDA and SARS and then hand over to legal. And then we take the job and then our leaders will manage the report. But we are available even as individual entities to come and we can just develop a program and it's planning here, and then we can make a smaller package basically for that specific stock for the church or the club. So we can bring a service even if it's on a smaller scale. Can I take SaaS? Because we are not charity.
Greetings once again, and thank you for the questions. I'm going to start with the first question from my brother. Okay, when it comes to administrative penalties, if you have, like he said, if you have a company that is registered and SARS issued with a tax number, and you have not been submitting your returns, we are going to penalize you. And the thing about penalties is that, remember when you registered with CIPC, you selected a financial year end. Admin penalties are automatically charged by the system. It's not even a person that will go and charge. Once your financial year clicks and we have not, and the system cannot pick up the return, it's going to penalize you. So you do need to make sure that you do your submissions. It is very important, as long as SARS has issued you with their tax number, meaning that that company or that small business is a registered business. So you will need to then make sure you submit your returns. This was your first question. So you made an example saying that if you had a company that was registered last year and you have not done your submissions, once your financial year comes and passes, you are going to get penalties. There's no two ways about it. We cannot even say that maybe you are going to get penalties. You are going to get penalized. That was your first question. Your second question was in terms of businesses that are not registered, in terms of compliance. Now, with that, you need to get your business registered. More especially if you are going to be dealing with other stakeholders or other entities where you are going to be applying for funding. You are not going to get funding if you are not registered. You are not going to get funding if you are not compliant. So it is very important that you make sure that you register your business. And you need to follow our registration processes where you need to register the company with CIPC. Like I said, it's an automated registration. CIPC will register you with us, then you are registered. And then once you are registered, you need to make sure that you are compliant. So we do understand that in the townships, we have a lot of businesses that are not registered or that are informal businesses. When it comes to informal businesses, SARS doesn't have much of a legality on that because it's informal and it's not registered. But then if you are a business owner where you want to grow your business and you want to be able to knock on certain doors, the first thing is registration. So I am going to encourage for business owners to register your businesses and make sure that you are compliant. All right, I don't know if I've answered both the questions. Is there an additional one?
Okay, let's go to question number. What are the second one?
Alright, yeah. Mama, I'm not registered. Unfortunately, SARS does not automatically deregister. With CIPC, okay, there's another thing that I forgot to mention is that with CIPC, some business owners, the mistake that they make is that because you need to register with CIPC and CIPC registers with SARS. So with CIPC, you need to be submitting their annual returns. So most business owners think that by submitting their returns with CIPC, it automatically means that they've also submitted their returns with SARS. It doesn't work that way. The only automated system is the registration process. That's about it. CIPC is a different department altogether, SARS is a different department. So as much as you submit your returns with CIPC, you need to also come and submit your returns with SARS. Like I explained, there are two types of returns that you need to submit. Now, I do also understand that with CIPC, if you spend a considerable amount of time without submitting your returns, They first suspend you, then they auto deregister. CIPC can auto deregister you, SARS does not auto deregister. So once you have a business that has a tax number, and you feel it's not, maybe you wanted to apply for funding and then it didn't go right and you ended up not registering or you ended up not getting the funding, the business never got off its feet. You still need to go to SARS and submit your tax returns. Remember, your tax returns are irregardless of whether the company is trading or not, whether the company is dormant or active, whether you're even making a profit or a loss. You need to be declaring that. And once you've reached a stage whereby you feel, you know what, man, this is just dead the water, you still need to come to SARS and follow our deregistration process. If you fail to do that, the business will keep incurring outstanding returns and we are going to be penalizing, which is why I said that most businesses or most business owners come to SARS when, we garnish. Oh, we garnish. I spoke about the representatives. We will trace a representative or a director. And wherever we find that you've got monies, we are garnishing. Ladies and gentlemen, we garnish. We go to wherever you have money and we take. And most business owners, the sad part is that only when it's at the garnish process, then you get a shock, and then in a wake-up call you get a shock and like, start to mama, and then you start running. By then, it's already late. So it is very important that you make sure, if your company, you don't just deregister I'm no longer trading, never got off the ground, so that's it doesn't work that way. You need, if ever at some point in time you registered a company donkeys of years ago and it never got off the ground, go to SARS, find out what's going on, deregister the company so that you don't find yourself owing SARS money, where you don't find SARS taking money, because guys,
There's a desk here, the SARS.
Yes, there's a desk right by the door.
That's what I did. There are people who are sitting here, talk to us, and ask, is there another talk?
Yes, there's another talk.
And you don't fully problem exactly what SARS is being said. Is a lot of people SARS. Talk to SARS all one by one. Yeah, that's what I want. We do the same thing. That's the kind of person you do. Safety. We don't just get up. We have a register, I had the right person tell them that we are even registering them for free. We will not inform or formalize or Qondisa or process.
Yeah, can I put this way? The form that one is to gather information and to know exactly what are the needs of the particular business person. So if you want registration, if you want information about markets, products, payments, compliance, you name it. So our form will ask you as to what intervention do you need to observe. And after that, we are able to invite you and then make a proper assessment. But yes, we do the forms where we can indicate as to what form of intervention do you need from us.
Okay. I'm going to ask the from there. These questions get back. The city of Johannesburg has got a table there, but I want to play in the environmental health is here. Let me finish comments. But they are here. So some of the questions that were raised, fine. But the 10 sharp is spoke to yourselves. So there's a desk from environmental health and employment. I want them to respond directly today. And I want to give because there's still environmental health issues. I want to give alcohol people and then I'll tell it. I'm starting to get us as citizens so that we need to come back. Yeah. I'm getting that sense. But I think we must do 2 days for 2 specific reasons. national departments and must deal with national, right? After national departments, you must deal with local and province. I'll explain at the end why. I think that the question is very important. Can we take the but I want all those questions that have been asked, they are addressed that service specifically on those questions. I'm going to release an enemy too. His the GLP to prepare treasury to come forward. And if only I'll call them. I want to be direct too. I cannot be direct. So I don't come around and do it. I just declare up front. That's why I must spend proper. When I come, you must have a proper conversation. You can speak from the record. Don't kill me. So I must 10.
Opportunity. Around this small massive. I don't know even most of the time I once played some of the sessions that we normally attend, the education and awareness in particular. Any question is placed, if it's not the last, it's the second last. I don't know, maybe there's a particular reason why that is the case. But yeah, please, next time, declare that you my priorities. I will try also to be as brief as possible without losing any generality in terms of the information. The board, is mainly responsible for the retail sale and supply of alcohol within the borders of the province. Anything, everything that has got to do with alcohol, whether you give it to people for free or you sell it, whatever the circumstances, if you are involved with alcohol in any way, there is no way you can do it without having to get any form of approval from the company in the conference. Today specifically, I want to restrict myself to the process of applying for a liquor license, because that is where most of the challenges see out. In this country, in general and in the province, you can't trade with alcohol without proper papers. In the form of a license or a permit. If you do that outside of them, know it very well that it's a criminal offense. You're just committing a crime. So, the process, the first stop, we prefer. Good. If you follow apply the liquor license, number one, please start at the local office, before I even get into the specifics. Masipala, particularly at, I think it's land use. In land use, about the information available, premises where you want to apply for a liquor license from. They will tell you exactly what. Now, if you apply a corner, this is the situation. If you need the consent, if you need the approval, if you need to resolve, that information team that people as the liquor porters get now. By the time you come to us, so you can't. So the first thing that you must do when you want to apply for a liquor license, please, Monana Nabatu, Namaspar. They will give you the guidance, there is all the necessary information, approvals, and everything. Then when you come to the liquor board, as we speak now, the liquor board we are using the legal framework here is Gauteng Liquor Act number 2 of 2003. That is the legal guiding document. Each and everything would has to comply with Gauteng Liquor Act number 2 of 2003. The Act as it is now, I'm a license. There are groups, things these are groups. I'm a license is either over off consumption or the on consumption. Who Act as it is now, as now a license that is going to allow you to put it on and off. But if on consumption, you mean our premises where our patrons will come there, buy alcohol and consume on site. Visitors for another tavern, a pub, a restaurant, all of those places with our licenses are called collectively, it's on consumption. People go there, buy alcohol and drink on the premises. In other words, if you license are on consumption, you are not allowed or you are not supposed to sell a takeaway. Moment happened in a pub, in a restaurant, or buy it, I'll take easy takeaway, please. Then, back city of consumption, we need things as far as about the store. Of consumption, the store about to buy an alcohol, you never tell. Bahari bayokuzela wherever. Every store are present. And if we are to implement the Act into the land of 70%, we are doing it in workshop. If Utolagana Kunepoli store now as the owner of the liquor store, actually what they were telling us the other day, Chief Director, they were saying in a liquor store, there must be nothing which is alcohol, which is open inside. So Mastona, in the countering, that will constitute the transgression. Remember, if one points about Shami J534, if one inspector way to notice of non-compliance. Because effectively it means where you are allowing our customers to come in and tell you to have food inside. But as soon as you want to set up food in China, you say kingdom, who's a pros of that? Then it's a problem because Masiti is an off consumption, you are saying no one must drink. So those are aspects, they come later on as part of inner compliance. So from those two groups, you must know, by the time we are from a span, already even an idea, you would, what type of an outlet you want to have. Then, since the woman license time, our license is our farm, in a restaurant, I find a pub, I find a tavern, I find a nightclub. Those are my license types. That's why it was important to also apply, make sure what's that thing I'm talking about, what type of a license. Apply the license in restaurant that you are full operator. Those are the problem because you will not comply. Our conditions, our file. So the process is follow up. First thing is if you know, our credentials or profile the license holder. It means if you apply as a natural person, fuller, copy of your ID, certified, police clearance, SARS. System better. If you don't comply with SARS, then you are in good standing. We need SARS. Those are the things. If you apply the company, the legal entities,
company partnerships and rights. Sifuna information, company registration, tax status, company, and the information of all the directors. If you are director by 5, it needs to be director 5, who will have individual tax clearances of 5 directors. So when apply as a company, we need that information. The board will use that information to ascertain whether you are a fit and proper person to be awarded repaid legal assets. So from our credentials there, we go to a profile of the premises themselves. The first thing we profile is a woman from Spanish. Masipala will understand that is only a committee, what rights, and then if anything that we want from local government. We get that information. From there, Sifuna Itombe, in and out, color pictures. Sifuna floor plan. A approve that's fine. Also submitting floor plan. That is the quality internal layout. I'm not too sure of the difference. In the measure of EMS master operation, we call it internal layout. It's something that gives an indication of it. For instance, smoking area, storage, evacuation, all of those, that information is also the plan from the local authority. Then, someone in public consultation, you need to submit the application to the government gazette 2 weeks before the date enlargement. They say over newspapers, 2 locally security newspapers. Information allowed is what we call the 500-meter radius. It tells us what from the premises of the how many schools is within 500-meter radius? How many churches? How many other liquor outlets? That information, it must be contained. So that the bodies of control, proliferation, and all of those kind of things. Then, when all of that information will be complete, we also submit the certificate, say liquor Traders Association. You have to be a member. You submit more data, then the department will take all that information, start testing process, and after it's been registered with us, inspectorate unit will come to the premises to inspect and authenticate all the information that you give us. Then they write a report, the file goes back. When it goes back, then the local committee, they first interact with the file. After that, they make their own recommendation, it goes to the board. The board will make the final decision, whether or not in essence. Then, see when the issue after that again, you're non-compliance. So after that, we'll go and issue non-compliance. Non-compliance, the first thing, I'm on consumption. On consumption at this, training hours, volume 10, exceed. Volume 2, exceed. General environment is people in the volume 6 is another thing for school. But here, we're coming from first thing, your father could please. Training hours on consumption, you open at 10, you close at 2 the following day. If it is off consumption, I'm going to stop. Volume 8, same, volume 8, so Monday to Saturday. On Sunday, volume 9, volume 3:30. So our public holiday, it depends on the public holiday fall on which day. If let's say public holiday is Monday, you will use our training hours are Monday. So essentially it will mean that it is only on Sunday where you open at 9 and close at 3:30. Only for off consumption in government. So all these other things, there's a compliance, I think it's the dinner outside, because that is where the issue and good comes from. People who are trying to license, they say, what you need, they say, I comply. Sazaza ngithi izinto ezenzakalayo. Ngithi siyazi. Ngeke soze abathi asazi. I was shocked kunezinto ezenzakalayo manje nayikhasi labo sisa bakalisa idrobhini sebakalisa naselokishini. Kuzo le ndawo lezi. Sekunomkalisa naselokishini. And that thing will constitute the abuse ye-license. I think it's adult entertainment, something like that. I'm not sure what cover I cover. I think a competency.
Tell them where they will talk to you. Remember, I need entertainment. The license.
No, I'm a specific. So, dealer now individual so that I can provide explain. Yeah, outside, just outside Mopuma, you're going
there's CGSO, there's JET, there's SARS, which direction? Mopuma on the left. Left.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Keep left.
So I think let me stop there.
No, that over and above. Sure. How can you interpret from there? We can have a conversation outside. That's kids, man. I'm going
to be very short. My name is Fanny Modefe. I pick up a Gauteng enterprise propeller. Some may call it Jack, Baba might be here, whatever suits you. People are specific to the programs that we offer. We basically are a government entity. We operate under the Auspices for Economic Development. Mandate Yarona is to offer support, financial support and business development support to SMEs around Gauteng and cooperatives thereof. So under financial support, loans that are payable with interest, interest is prime. We do give startups, provide concept where it's viable, you will be able to sustain the business until such time you are able to pay the loan. Revenue contract finance, which is a bridging loan. Maybe if you secure a tender or a contract that you don't have money to execute the work, then apply contract finance. Revenue franchise financing for anyone who wants to be changed to franchising. Lastly, the expansion. And then under the business development support, trainings. Business generic trainings, basically on how to manage your business efficiently. And trainings are on 2 days, 3 days, depending on the content. We offer about marketing tools, which will be your website, business card, vendors, anything that has to do with branding. Compliance, statutory compliance. I think most people, they did indicate the importance of compliance. So we basically deliver industry compliance. When you are in construction, you will need your CITB, MTBRC, things like that. With the ISO for those by example, the detergents and the compliance we're dealing with it. And then lastly, we draw business plans for clients as well, but we encourage people to do their own draft so that we have a better understanding of how business planning, how content are they getting, because even if we can assist you to draw it, we are the one who's going to present it to potential investors, so we need to understand content. And lastly, the valid business grants for businesses that are already operational. So if the business is less than a year in operation, Rantia will make the 15,000, we buy stock and equipment to that. And if the business is more than, if the business is 2 years in operation, Rantia about 50,000. So for one to access the services online, go into our website, apply a good day. I just want to inform you at this stage, our BDS, data brand marketing tools and all that, we are currently suspended that service because of limited budget and deadlock beyond. So whatever budget beyond at the stage we're trying to recover because people are very angry. I think they are mobile apply labor so training funding, but now we're trying to push that backlog whatever funding by the limited budget that we have. But for financial support, people can still do. For advice on how to manage your business or anything, we are available as well. But for anyone who has already applied or you have queries or you want additional information, we do have a unit that deals with that. Qualified email address where you can email and then inquire and they will definitely respond. Email address is here nzulu. It's nzulu@gep.co.za. So basically that's what we do as a team.
Thanks very much. Can we just take treasury? I was looking for someone at on the outside, but we can release you if there will be questions. Questions Did you tell them what your story is? Just there, as you go out.
Dumelang, nna ke lebitso ke Emily Mafele. I'm from Gauteng Provincial Treasury. Ke thabela ho ba le lona today. I believe kaofela ya tseba treasury ke part of management of the policy and the funds of government. So ha ke le bona tjena ke bona fela tjhelete mo lona. Ke bona fela tjhelete e ya SARS. Now I'm from the division called Supplier Development. I'm here on one purpose. I'm here to make sure you acquire knowledge and the skills on how to be compliant on Central Supplier Database. I believe there is a Central Supplier Database in a lead company. Since in that company, I don't already participate in South Africa. So we say thank you for your attention. So now what I'll be doing here today is to make sure that you understand how to be compliant. And then first step, you must have a registered company. You must have documentation. First step, you must have a bank account. Not a personal bank account, company bank account in order to register with CSD. Third, you must have an affidavit, BE affidavit, not a certificate, a BE affidavit. Okay. Number 5, you must have a tax number. It's called key requirements. After getting those documentation, hear me guys. This is an online self-service process. Immediately, you ask your neighbor or whoever, according to whoever. So we must see on this. So only non-compliant. Because that person or our tools, what we call a government process agent. Who now acquiring knowledge or active or cases. When I saw TV or non-compliant already, but on a certificate. So to rectify that behavior, how do I company one this system method of so to take over that opportunity with business as well. We have documentation, then I'm going through the steps how to do it yourself. How to do it. Central Supplier Database, similarly 2 phases. The application, you must apply it through 2 phases. Are we together? First phase is to register your personal information, to register your profile. After registration of your profile, you'll get what you call a reference number. At the completion of registration, you'll get an R number. I believe most of you in the R number believe in that is a CSD number. No, I'm rectifying that. It is a reference number, it's not a CSD number. Are we together? Phase number 2, you need to log into a CSD website. This is a registration number. And after registration, you'll get one R number. After completion of registration. Then, stage 2, you log in. First, you registered. Now you log in. When you log in, you need to complete company information, tax numbers, residential addresses, commodities, BEE, up until you click on submit. There is a button at the end whether you need to click that button. Then you submit. Then that's it. Is it difficult? It's not. So stop relying upon my neighbors, because those neighbors, how do you trust those neighbors with their personal information, with their banking information, with their address and everything? By any motion. So today in an information, it is a self-service way it. Hi, this is our email address. It's S for sugar, M for mother, request, SM request, supplier management request, as you request something, REQUEST, SM request, at Gauteng, don't grab it. How that process? Very simpler. You register, you get an R number, you log in, you get a CSD number. CSD number is started with MAAA. And then, about compliance, number 1, you must have a tax number. Number 2, you must have a bank account, not a personal account. Number 3, you must have a BE affidavit. You must complete each and every icon you see on that CSD profile up until you click on the submit. That's simple. Please, because information is already now on CSD, only contact numbers alone. We have realized it's not your contact number, somebody else's contact number. Just imagine. It is not your bank account, somebody else's bank account, but the company owns by you. It is a serious problem. Let's learn and relearn. From today on, you need to do it yourself. Are we together? Yes. And then if you come across any difficulties, please send us an email. We will come back to you. Thank you very much.
We are almost done. To gain more into the city of Johannesburg. Jennifer, please. Jennifer, okay. Opportunities Center, what are the information is the new currency. You must do it for free. So you might think that you've got a business profile you can tell me. Alright. Now I want to hand over to the Opportunity Center and take questions and then we will then discuss what I'm going to say. When do we come back? But I think we need a proper organization. Dr. Raymond is here. You've seen him. He was out. I'll try to text him, but we can take up that conversation. It's an important conversation. Then over. And then because here maybe just before 10 I thought EMS would be here. So you can speak for. You can also respond to the police if they want to take the platform to the questions that were raised. Number one, she asked, came to God, but he's left. We've got agri-processing issues that are going to the little number one, in terms of the questions raised, he's not here. I'm not sure who's changing the lens left. And then some will attempt to reply. I hope that we were able to record the names properly. Yeah, good. Let's go.
Sandonan? Sandonan? Ukuthi sisasekhona. Sifuna lokho igama lami nguRay Sibonga kwaZulu. Ngisebenza eCity of Joburg Department of Economic Development. So within economic development we've got things that we call our opportunity centers. They are across all the regions of the city. But today I'll be representing the Wanyago region team, which is the soul. I see some familiar faces before. Currently, we are having a challenge of the office life, so but we are busy renovating one corner like civic center. This one we want to create against so our services are free. So project. The thing as a person, we just need a business idea. Then we take it from there. We start from the registration, if I were registered, then citizen with a compliance business or even the sector specific ones. For example, if you are into construction, you help with the 1 year CITP. We also do our one-on-one consultations. The one color from your idea. So the one-on-one consultation we add our interventions according to the stages of so analysis cards in business. Then we our business workshops and trainings in different topics. Depending on what our training needs analysis, estimates when zakwena sibonukuthi kumele sifake iphi session. If usaqala mhlambe or usuqalene but must interact nawo sibone ukuthi there are certain things or uthe was overvalue come out of business yakho. Then sesifaka ku session according to estimates kuma nawo sabone ukuthi udinga those sessions. Siphinde futhi senze offer business internet, but if ufuna ukwenza research about the business yakho, not just to search on Facebook and stuff. On the funding part, we don't have a funding as the municipality, but we facilitate the part where we work closely with our funding institutions like by attention. So Selusana closely with them, our sister was a GDP. So and this one with their good because it's been a long day. Ama numbers what assessing in Nyana Kansana Patushi number asas good position selling nama contact. So if you want to come and see me, currently in Sasa Tolagara funding number 66 FS floor. So mfaluni pa email the number but mama mthapu ngamthola kahle ku email because ama numbers what Sasa in Nyana abasas bulisa mbaswa. My email address is raymondz@joburg.org.za. I think in Manitola I sent the email one month. So if you want to come and see me at the office, just drop me an email and I'll check with you and on that particular day because today's places I'm out which you never see on the to me. So the of the email, it's raymondz@joburg.org.za. But it's also one if we go into another
I wanted us to, I wanted the city to respond comprehensively. We have all the questions that were meant for the city, rather explaining the juice. We can take the question. Any question for the city specifically? Yes. Let's take the questions, but we need to get comfort to come and also respond. Only national part, start our own question, every city, and then the city responds. Yes, on that. Oh, let's take him there. Yes, thanks. Qual falar para o mundo, não é para o pai. A gente vai a ser.
What did I just know? No.
No, you can come to the floor.
Yeah, you can, sorry.
So I'm putting one excuse.
Founder of Binwash SA. I have built South Africa's first bin washing truck. It washes bins automatically. I was wondering and trying to, I'm very into innovation, and I think that this, I've seen how Electric Washer, I think this initiative could help. Not only is the truck manufactured in South Africa, so it's not a Chinese model, so we could build it as an SA, the job creation for the economic youth that needs jobs right now, because our youth, it's very hard to get employment, so we make the employment now. What I wanted to ask is that because this is new and there's no category for this, I just wanted to know, I've been trying to approach the city with a pilot program so that I can work in partnership. Right now, Pick It Up didn't pick up bins for 3 weeks. When they come to pick up those bins, they're dirty and they're not going to So you're picking up trash, but to leave trash at the same time. So I thought it would be such a good thing to have a picky wash to work with Picky Up. I'd like to do a pilot program, but how do you then approach the city with something so new and something that's not there, something that has never been built, to help the economy essentially?
Okay,
There's no very for money in the city. It pains us. It pains us. You know, let me tell you something. I went into this office 1.5 years ago and I couldn't get anyone. In fact, they moved from Parco. Airport 18. Do you remember it? Yeah. A 1.5 year or even not even 1.5, I don't know, maybe it's going for 2 years. I'm not precisely the timelines. So I'm very disappointed when the department comes and says, I'm actually hiring more reading team. They moved that site and they were supposed to be here when you see. And at the time then when wanted to be assistants, we could not get an assistant. No, excuse me. Definitely Parakari I am just surprised that this is the response that we get, that you speak on behalf of Region D and nothing has happened. Also the office. It's disheartening, it's just disgusting. There's no very formal. In fact, the city, I'd say very well. But when you get 7 matches, it must speak about these things. In fact, we must democratize civil service, must deregularize. There's no city. So a year ago, I went and I could not, and I was told by securities that they've moved to Watchford. I came, and when I came here, I'm not sure what came on the mouth, Manje Opsinda, the deputy director, I found someone who phoned somebody at home that there's somebody who needed an assistance, and he gave me the numbers, which I should consult that particular person who was not in the office. It's pathetic. It's just disgusting. It's a disgrace. People that are Africans that should be in the forefront of this service delivery because they know of marginalization, education of the African masses and the working class. and we expect them to perform to the best of their abilities. They're not doing the work. In fact, since we cities are democratizer, but there's only black people in departments who does not do anything for us as black people. We can't keep quiet, it's too long. And here it is, it's coming to tell us that we must look at the image. For God's sake. Where's the regional director? Where's the regional director? Because you speak on behalf of what for? Where's the deputy director? You speak of the region team. It's not only them. It's not only him, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. Our departments are where? Who's accounting? Where's the political leadership? Let me not talk about politics because I'm not politics instead. Now I'm official. Environment, I'm just making general statement because I had to point out. We had a case that is almost 2 years now that was supposed to be solved by environment and health and many other departments. 2 years. And people also need to expired because of the informant. And the next thing, the city must budget 10 billion outstanding for increase for workers. And we don't get service. But I think now. But saying shoot now we partner no market. Aniko and it's native. Umnanda Qondisa. So who's yeah, sometimes we should install once that you are talking to there's Niko that you could. So that office, that's why I wanted for another year. Now economic development. We had a round robin of the township economy draft bylaw in the city of Johannesburg. It has been going on all the regions of the city, but we haven't had a response of some of the things that we submitted. We tried to get hold of them, and that's what you suggested, Mania. We can do standalone as departments of this workshop. You can't get hold of them. You don't know whether some of the things that we submitted as policy formulation, policy principles, and dimensions that needs to be looked at, is the second now or is corner now. And that's why I wanted you, Roy, to be there. Because this thing has an effect on the policy imperatives. But why it's not developing? Because some of these policies are very constraining to the development and economic approaches is a matter. One especially informal that's where I wanted to come in. So there's no value for money in the city. And because the city's political is afraid of trading notes. And we've worked for trading notes as well today for many years. And we used to work very hard, knowing very well that the priority is to deliver to the masses. The business was one of my in chambers, but they are not told. No, man. No. It can't be. When that's our call. Certainly, I would but we must get very formal, and we must demand as communities that if the regional manager or anybody else that is responsible for any type of service delivery, heads must roll if we can't get service. What's going on with that? Heads must roll up on that. I can someone people and someone. I mean, we can call spies and pinkies and everywhere, even if we're not. But in the times, in the democracy, we are afraid to do these things. It pains us. In a small country, see safe, and we must keep the country well and develop, not for us, for our grandchildren, but granddaughters. And how are they going to inherit here? What are they going to inherit? I'm not going to inherit the government and echo. No, we must still rationalize, right? One example, it's just that I'm getting emotional because my food is not
I'm going to give it on. You can go for a chance.
Ray, when commissioners of police were introduced back
Lieutenant General Skippers. All the police officers and everyone else, when they were supposed to clap hands with project, it's only communities and the masses that were happy about it, but not police. You know what? It's because we collaborate in filthiness. We're doing wrong things. People stealing money left and right. I'm not saying officials are stealing, but I'm making that as a political statement and an example. Siyakabarana. Says a wonk. Ngona sifake indaba yabantu okwazi ukuthi siyagadana. Kufaka amabushi, kufaka amalayini, kufaka indaba sigada. Country phambili. Ngiyazi ukushela indlela.
No, this is fine.
But udlala ngathi.
No, ngiyakuyenza.
No.
That was not. Yeah. Took point there. There was a hand there. Colleagues were going to respond. I want to respond. I was wondering this. I said questions for the city. There were only two heads. There were only two. In principle. No, there were two. It was one and two. Those were the two heads for the city. And it it's fair to the city. There were two heads. Very well. So I want to give the city to respond. There's a level use question, there's a planning question, there's a environmental question, and then there's an opportunities so let's take the level use question or the planning, and then we'll take questions from the rest of it. But I wanted the city to respond to those questions because I said let the city respond because there was not space to respond. We can respond colleagues in that sequence because of our one also got testing and we will take we were hand and noted there was a hand here, there was a hand here, there was a hand there. Yeah, there's a hand there. But those will be hands that will come after the response from the city. Mascada.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't get the lady's question.
Thank you, Chair, and Sanguinati. Maybe just to remind our colleague from planning, the question that we received. There's a gentleman who said he's engaged in a business where he sells coffee. He made mention of sandwiches, pastry, and breakfast. So he wanted to know that insofar as compliance is concerned, where is the starting point? Is it the planning or is it with the health? So I would like you to set the tone and then I will respond. I will then take it from there as health. Thank you.
Just no, it's fine. I think he was asking for all of us.
Thank you for the question, sir. Okay, so for any type of a business, coffee shop, any type of a business, you start with town planning. The city of Joburg town planners, that's where you start. We have a hot desk, our address is 100 Car Street in Newtown Junction Mall. That's where you start. Please bring your title deed when you come to our offices because now we need to check the property description. What is the property zone for? What is the zoning of your property? We need to check that. Does it permit you to run a business, a coffee shop or whatever business that you intend to do? Does your zoning, the current zoning, permit you to operate on the property? Then we advise you of the processes that you need to follow. There's so many processes, we've got consents, rezonings, township establishment. So it depends on the character of the property. Then you come see us, we'll advise you.
Are you okay? We have it covered.
Yes.
I've sent people to look for it. And good.
Thank you. you, Chair. Actually, myself and Mrs. Akon and their colleagues, I think I was just assisting in terms of reminding insofar as the question is concerned. But yeah, that is the answer, Atali. We exist in a space which is regulated. I believe all of us, we are familiar with the Constitution. But for the purpose of this session, Municipal Systems Act, your legislation, which is more applicable in my government, spheres, local sphere of government. So, in adding on to the question, where do you start? When you look at Section 2 of the Municipal Systems Act, it talks about the legal nature of a municipality. So what it says is the municipality is made up of the political structures, administrative structures, and members of the community. So what that means, it means that all of us will make what we call the municipality. Moreover, Section 5, subsection 2, paragraph E, it talks about the duties of the members of the community. One of the duties of the members of the community is to actually comply with all the bylaws of the city. One of the bylaws is the municipal planning bylaws in terms of the SPLUMA, which CC has spoken about. That bylaws speaks to any activities which are being undertaken that must be zoned as such as it holds the legal nature. So that is the first point. And then the second point now will be to comply with health. So when complying with health, you must satisfy the requirements of planning. Then from health, in the context of the sale of coffee and breakfast, one must comply with the health and hygiene requirements in terms of the Foodstuffs, Cosmetics and Disinfectants Act, such that it must be issued with the certificate of acceptability, that is the health certificate, common law. Then number 2, you must also apply for what we call the business license or the trading license, which is issued in terms of the Business Act. So yeah, that is what I wanted to add over and above what my colleague has mentioned earlier on. Thank you, Chair. Over to you.
There's a question here on an unsolicited presentation on English, and you want to know where. I think that's the question. Who do you go to? Because what you are coming up with is not necessarily quote unquote part of what the city has put under its program. Because
that's nice because we've got our colleagues with other lessons on the innovation hub. So they are doing innovations. So some good look at our small which I'm a touch about in terms of this idea or that. In over office, there isn't that's so similar. The office men are watching around the number space. So when they move us, we thought it was just temporary, it wasn't so fast. But the process here at statistics is now to travel over the inconvenience of but one man is a planning about the spaces for 7 seconds. So as Belama Tambe, Sanyamana, I think that we put a lot on the security line and refer over to HR plan, now the Singapore. As Susanas is at S66 temporarily, which is to be in this space.
I think that what we should be able to do in community is to say, if clearly there's a deficit in terms of communication and how we consume our services. Comms, where's comms? SID, DB. Colleagues, as we do these things, we must then try and bring it their purposes. How do we get the opportunity to say, now receive, take everything so that we are able to provide solutions for that. But let's agree that as we plan how we come back, we also provide a solution to that frustration, so that I'm concerned from here to post. And people don't say, I don't know. let me send it to the furthest point so that they don't come back. So let me take those questions then. And we're not related to this. That's why I was taking only two. And that is the last round. Yeah? And then we take responses. And then we go cancelize to our country. And then as a the Kampala, not be set up in the yes, sir. Yes,
Qondisa from the city in good initiatives, but when they only sound good. When we go to our offices, that's true, we have the challenges. May I suggest the programs settling available, they make a day or two, if not a week. When they'll come and supply all those services on site, because what they speak up on when they are here and when Laita is different. When we go to their offices, it's a different experience that we have. They are actually eager to get us out of their offices. This is closed. They are very quick to say this is closed and we can't offer you anything. Come back when it's open. But they'll never tell you when it's open. So maybe suggest going forward, we have maybe a week whereby all these services will be on ground and all the promises that they are saying they are able to offer us, then they'll actually demonstrate what we can offer the services and budget aid to help us hands-on with all these services. Because it's true, all these services they end up at the that as if we are not applying for them when we do go out and try and find all these services, but they are not available for them. So that is just a suggestion. Can we at least have them available on site and offering those services to us based on maybe a few days within that space. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes,
sanibona ngikhuluma no-10 minutes njengobayo ngihlala emndeni. Bengicela ukubuza ukuthi if thina siklina iziganga, we helping the city clean up the states, how do we partner nani? How do we get assistance? Because we've been doing it. Siyenza kanjani to get resources, ama-equipment, ama-land, access is cleaning the space less, so how do we get access to that space?
Thank you very much. And then next to you.
Hey, Kosong, madam. Put your hand where yes. Just to give context to the big one. If you are almost the biggest.
I'm not sure if I'm doing this. Because I think about that, so I'm going to try. You can't have some
Johnny, if you don't want to get in the Pegala, no, put the Karachi filling station.
Not the mechanical.
Just move to that. Come on, when I guess, certification now. DPA one. Next one is the open space. Johnny. What's your account? When I never got down, but like a Mataka, more space. We get sound to the noise. More currency. When I tank a tank, equals yes. If I can at 2, 3, 4 in the morning. I get to want to keep it and the tracking or what? My bike is an some say I need to do that. They will move our garage. Kena, I used to take garage with the filling station, the gas station. God, Hanna, or in Netherlands opposite to the next door. Opposition is going to about taking which are hard to move. Running to some. Can it go? Many of the people who get it are so that I would get that. Kimiana, Gitaira, eating the top high on the stick. Pusaka in home, Hacking phone at JNPT. Bablella, JNPT for talking a man in that. Habaya Hobatua, what garage, what yes, go, never said a picture. Our brother is our team next to nine, big cookie war. When I got to the bottom selector, we got a chat there. Our in Naked was selected, that beautiful open space. But the garage, we visited, we carefully visited. Maroki, our mom is working now. Kikuwa mbatubana baje kijiwa bakubachela nakakala mode traka ya rasa lino wane olwa oppositive na ngi kreso kama chape batwa bafela babata honna batola na ngi kawna akifuna bampotore isalo sori ke mangli kuna bata baba bamfunge lufunge Pero como vos sabés que es tu ayuda en tu área, ¿no? Se viene aquí en el nivel que existe en Qondisa.
Can you switch off the mic?
Oh.
I'm going to switch off. Then the last question comes there. To the other side of the next one. As I said, you can let it. I was a whole to come close.
Dimela Mahaiti. Na dinheiro que as pessoas e quando está essa desafio e a questão até lá por futebol again na que concern e vai ter muito a guerra at some point it really keep them informed to the extent they are already can use opportunity to carry the possible te Africa. However, in the Gauteng, we not in that department because we are Gauteng economic development. It has always been my wish for keep on military, provincial, military mass national because one thing about it to be in all fairness, mass kene ane powerful pala provincial because una le fazia una spesa per so che molti non fanno referire molti but un piccolo provvisa con portava alla di Ishishini so hale tamare I think hale tamare esa tamare mas pala fela esa tamare ni ba kuba easier for the issues that addressed, but the Nike land use for I've spotted different spaces in some entity within the municipalities, but they are not now. If really good, yeah, the entrepreneurs still that are to their spaces, because one of the challenges because sometimes yes it defeats because of the bylaws che va attraverso il suo logo, chi vuole l'opzione di bylaws there, the kind of business you want to do, post logo, because it's got a lot of accept that if I feel out sometimes I very feel via that majority of the nella South Africa
because beyond the slow, the reason can they have a business for because they deep driver thinking for it. Get up on a regular and a piece of unfortunately, pilots, because they're killing that. For instance, so, Mare, all I'm saying right now, since he moved out from going to him, the fact is really because I've already made some inquiries over the funders. I don't know, I never see no nuclear permission for the government, we can find with what we want. So that I will do Homa at the time of
what the first of the access, about to be done with besides if lots of our boats, don't worry, the seat is outside to them. We have an interaction. We don't have to. Maybe move in mind. And maybe you can come closer so that you can ask the question. And then that day, we have to move. Once you begin, I will be All I need to platform and on your behalf. I can't do that. Let's take the last 4 ends and then we provide another 5. All I know for the room, it's fine. What does that matter about but it's fine. Key number 5. So that I don't know my thing. The day when life is on all one. Then what that people. Come fast. Then I come on. I didn't think like I like him more. 2 minutes.
Dumela, lebitso ke bitswa Moses Moshe More. My question is brief. I'm a farmer. In the game of how could the Gauteng province help me to access land, either state land or to help with funding? Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Sandunani, Kamala Samiro Sivayoni, we are a peer. So nami ni farmer. Nekunelenge lapha ePhier ngasenkanyesi ngokuyisigaba. Saqala ukucleana from 2020 up until now. Sase-clean namanje. So the only communication esiba nayo city parks because yibe yeza yathi le ndiyabo kanjalo. Ngiyacala ukuzwa ukuthi nabantu be-environment abakaze bafika lapha esigabeni bazosibuza ukuthi yini ama-challenge yethu njengoba sisitopha abantu ukubalahle. Siyatshala lapha kuney'mbuzi ziyasidlela kunani, so ayikho into ematerializayo emizameni yethu silwa nomphakathi silwanana akekho umuntu usiprotectayo. So bengifuna ukwazi ukuthi ukuze siprotecteke njengoba siloko siklina le ndawo ubani lokumele sikhulume naye.
It's a city question.
What's our ratio inspector to service users or maybe community members? Because
Kinarawe, as Vote 21, next to Vote 21, base stats that 27 and 29,000 people. And then how bala number is Paza, Obala crash. If you don't respect that A1, what you will have in 2067. Therefore, you face what is exactly happening? Why are these departments not capacitated accordingly? Because human investment is there, human capital is there. Why is it not being used? So that when we have sessions like this, it is an important ceremony positive. We are where we are as a country because of these things, because these departments were not there. Now our people have to go to the streets, which is, it brings us to banks to other countries and all of that. But the people that were paid to keep us there and to protect the country, but they are not doing it. So that's my question to the environment to say, please give us an answer, especially to what we want. How many inspectors do we have that are taking care of our ward? Thank you.
Nana ke kopa go botsa lantu so nana ke kopa go botsa gore since ke fetile dipotso tse ntse di botsiwa di ya koma jwang and then batho ba tlo respond ba neng ba ofisitse hantle because as far as ke shebile ke rotlile batho from different departments but ba ka se kgone go ba dipotso tse rona re di batlang kaofela. So the world man exactly as we speak currently. Because on the honest note, from the general knowledge, from the department, it was so. So another question that I want like what is that I can later on in the Arab. I get a good look at the relevant departments here. It's only people that more facilitate more UC or whatever. If I go down. Okay, which means I go down. Which means whatever everyone got on little respond or little respond now or sometimes to provide this mission happy or a level something.
Because if department is because I can't while an advocacy program, we advocated to provide solutions to you here, not next week. Now you're aware, you are saying it means it's a big group of people that have not been responding. So I'm saying, keep emails and Alabama so that we are before doing that, info. Now we say that I want to put up in the day from Boma. My caravan is so do I how we put on everything that Alabama. Because we wait as big as the same with Mona, we are caravan because we go ahead and then like you do this morning, so you have to come baby for me that expanding and clear around but you are saying something. So because I cannot do you again, do something for our
okay, maybe I can't use this answer, but I will pull again. But what I'm trying to say is the current situation is like it when I'm calling. So far, so good. If Moto I know register campaign. Basically, I wanted to ask her, look at the line position for the Moto I know registers position. What Tamila I title did, or if I said the title did, but Papa Mahon or register a position.
Question. Very well. Number 5. Nanti mutuare. Nani wa atus. Suara kata orang tu terus zaman. Kamu kira dulu jatuh. Number 5.
Sanbonan.
Thanks.
Kamalan misal mo at Sibong. Ngenza i-farming. Nenza manufacturing from the farm. Nenza tea. Different kind of teas. As healthy. Okay, I'm going to have the details because we can COVID-19 and then some of the things is around the COVID-19. But since I got to cut it short. And today is 6 years and it's as by myself. And then in my department, the government, I'm saying I told you. In nayo right now, nombuzo ukuthi njengoba ngenza i-farming kuningi engikufunayo, but how I'm going to get help because sifacene ne-community njengami, sifacene ne-community othola ukuthi sometimes siya-check ukuthi lapha akunani kwi-community and then supply without charging any money. So izinto ezinjengalezo othola ukuthi mina zingipha i-challenge ukuthi siya kwi-department and then asithola usizo. Angifuna ukubala ama-department because even ngine-problem ye-land ngiyile-Libram Park and then kwathola ukuthi siwaphila to-post ngaze ngasizwa i-official A1 ne-council nakhona sekuphela isikhathi sengiqalile umsebenzi. So even makhuluma ngama-funding and everything, ngifikile namafomu kwezinye indawo, kodwa-ke ngifuna ukwazi ukuthi really even abantu abanjengathi sisizwa ngani yabo.
No, thanks very much. Those were the 5 questions, right? Sisipuma is our regional equipment. There were forms there at the back when you entered. Everybody was doing it. Okay. We are going to send some of these questions. Everybody that has raised the question, it means we've got your what? There's a question there that we are asking at the bottom. Now, what I've realized I know it's more related to the city. And then there was a one in Spaza shop. President's legislation process and and how we deal with those things. That room, the other room is the department that one is when I have that's from now the film alright. The Bubafera of Femine, platform that in question in the assistant department of properties and our MC. And the rest of the questions can be responded. Yeah. Is it fine? I'm not sure what's that difference.
It's a recommendation A1 at the farmers. Just to look at that from work.
Recommendation at the farmers.
At the farmers.
For the farmers.
Yeah.
For what?
That guys. Yeah.
What is that recommendation?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Because again, what's nothing for us to talk about. These farmers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why see? As if you say again, Bruce, Spayon, City of Johannesburg, New York, we have the Lakho, 42% of the people in Johannesburg are food insecure. 42% are food insecure. Now what it means, we growth and development strategy 2014, Home City officials, calls for local food economies. Calls for local food economies to address this particular what's called nexus. Now it calls for small-scale agricultural initiatives and producers. Because you also produce this type of organic stuff. Now I would suggest, because the Gauteng is here, and having Gauteng here, that it simply means the approach would be what we say IGR. IGR is intergovernmental relations, environmental health, in English health. Intergovernmental relations. Now it requires us, if the city of Johannesburg has this particular strategic element, now how do you relate to the agricultural department and we should oversee some of these things and make land available. Now my point is, the education is now responsible and articulate permanent. What it means, for education, the state would get a profit because it's under its authority competence in education. You know, we have run around in the time, all the schools, there's a first maybe 2 hectares of the land that does not work at all. Residents at all are not used at all. And in fact, schools are filthy to it, the majority of them. They're filthy. Maria Curos, they are Curos. All those schools are clean. But after you are one next. So we need to have an integrated development agricultural approach. And say that the people of those schools made available to local farmers to strategically achieve these objectives, the local food economies. And then avail this space, the department comes in, provide implements, provide seedlings, and let the people plow. And the city, the school depends, I mean the ownership is with the government. And therefore they are giving us an end plowing what's called. Curo is doing that in Protect Land. Who pays for that? Finish what supply it on. If we can pay. So we can do that in our own public schools. But this, if it's extracted from the policy and strategy of the city and talk about intergovernmental relations to be done, why not? That's what I wanted to watch for. But we will raise it no longer anything. Agricultural initiatives that are done by Watchford. This is basically what we want. People-based economies. That's why I said communist practicing here. But I
you see the target, the program, it's called enabling a conducive environment. Now, I'm not sure but it means that if you are farmers, there's a call for you to unite around specific program. So, I'm not going to banana farmers. We know that much of it. So, for you to get to that point, you must be form an association. Then let's form an association. You have my class. But the problem with environmental health, I explaining why. I must be able to tell you today that already the presentation said it's running on paper or the outsource of things. They're not supposed to be there. How do you find synergy between people that must live in this country and the economic activities that are there? This whole Qondisa business. So the intention is to say, how do we get to a point where all of us find synergy between what is expected by the government and what we are able to do? So we must start the environmental health or the planning part, it's the city's board. And we've given it in package to attend that question, the plus, and then we can. But I think some of the questions are repetitive, just that they are coming from a different angle, but it's one and the same question. Yeah, we'll get my then to the substance.
I'll start off by answering the question you I'm not sure if I understood you, but let's say you have secured land with your business partners, you want to operate a big business and you know what you don't know where to start.
Identified.
We have identified, okay, thank you so much. Okay, so that's the first step to identifying everything, which we have already done. Then ask yourself, who is the owner? Because it's not your property. Is it privately owned or is it owned by the government? Then you negotiate with the owners and secure the land. After you secure it, you check the zoning. Does the zoning allow you to run a business in that property? So it goes back now to the processes that we have been explaining. If the property doesn't allow you to operate a business, you have to go to Qondisa. Qondisa will advise on which process you need to follow for you to obtain the rights. So that is what you need to do. Check the zoning of that property. Does it allow you to operate a business? If it doesn't, I wouldn't advise you to secure it because it's going to now need you to spend more money changing the zoning. Rather, you identify a property that is for business purposes, depending on the kind of business that you want to operate. For like offices, or shopping centers, some of the businesses are industrial. So you need to make sure that whatever land that you identify is aligned with what you want to do, what business you want to operate in the property.
The land belongs to the city.
Okay, so you need to see the city of Johannesburg Property Company. They are in Bramfontein, Bramhof, in Bram Park. Those are that's the department, that is the entity that deals with all the properties that are owned by the city. They will give you direction on how to go about the situation. And then
I think the response applies to I think that the question is one and the same question, just different things. Resources.
What's the question again? Resources?
Which one? This one?
For business, yeah. I'm a farmer as well. Oh, okay. My father she's a farmer.
So,
open space.
The seed. She's been doing that for some time. And now, because she's been doing, you might not have an answer. You might not have an answer. But you oversee how do they get to a point of them being, I think, similar to what she explained earlier. We are doing this thing and we want to partner with the city, but we do not have the kind of resources that are needed to go at all business level. So I think it's what I do, but it's something that we need to do. But I think the environmental health now, usokoliswa ke motho ore e kena ka fotra ya fitla prati ya gasa e fitla ka fotra
na go tla o se maseng
AM we hear a question now so we hear a question kata utilizar between yes yeah must be a big person.
Thank you, Chief. Father, I apologize for your experience. If you don't complain, as in general, don't complain about it, I apologize for that experience. But what I'm going to do
do ndizothatha the details zakho, then we investigate the complaint further. Thank you. Then I also want to go back to Ubuti. I think the other part of your question was answered by the transportation part of it. Still with transportation, you need yeah, for transportation you need to apply for ECOA. That means you come to our offices of assistance, but you also need to comply with traffic department. That means you need to have registration for your car.
And I know that region D is the biggest region in the city, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, let's give you a correction. So, there is this issue of availability of environmental health practitioners. But it's safe to say that there is a report from the public protector that speaks to these challenges. We are also mentioned in that report that they didn't have just touch on it.
Okay, thank you. The question I will allow the colleague to answer, but I just want to highlight because who highlighted who finally who capacitate abantu ba assisted. For you to do environmental health, people they tend to take it light. For you to do environmental health, you need to go to UJ for 4 years. Yeah. You'll be qualified for 4 years. Then after that, you need to go and register with HPCSA. So people they tend to take it is so simple that anyone can just do it. But the other part of the question, I will give it to the colleague to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for laying the foundation insofar as the question is concerned. Yes, to add on to that, the nature of the work that is rendered by environmental practitioners. Number one, you must undergo e-training, as she has mentioned. Number two, you must then register as a practitioner in terms of Section 17 of the Health Professions Act for you to be able to undertake or exercise any scope as environmental health, which includes food control, which is the inspection of food purposes. Sure. Then there was a question about the current ratio. In terms of the WHO standards, the ratio is supposed to be 1:10,000. In terms of the exact population of 121, I do not have the current stats, but for the city of Joburg, we are over 6 million population with about 219 funded positions for EHPs. Now, in terms of the operating ratio in the city of Joburg, currently we are operating at 1:2 ± 28,000, which is a shortage. So meaning that the work that is done by one person, it's supposedly to be done by 3 people basically. But I'm happy to hear the chair mentioning that the issue was addressed by the public protector to the city of Johannesburg. So in terms of the delegated authority, that letter is sitting with the municipal manager, who is the accounting officer, as issues of staff capacitation is a function of the local authority, both executively and administratively as well. So that is the mayor and the city manager. So yeah, at our level, we do not have the answers in terms of what is the plan of capacitating the staff. Thank you so much.
Okay, I feel our opinion process as a shop. I mean, 500. When we started, we were spending about 500 million. Was the offer of a party certificate of acceptability so that we served the papa. People in that land, I don't give money. I feel the land will give money in the way of money. And it took to a point. Yes, it's not done. It's not done.
So, you wanted to know what you can register as a shop without a title deed. Unfortunately, you cannot, because you cannot apply for a spaza shop to town planning if you don't have the title deed. our land scheme, it says an occupant or the owner of the property should operate his spaza shop. So if you are not the owner, how was the operator his spaza shop, and if you are the owner, you have title deed. Number two, the occupant. The occupant, what is an occupant? Occupant will occupy the whole property. I will rent a room or rent a spaza shop to pay. We will render the whole property. Then in that instance, we will get the disagreement from the owner. So if I will not title deed, I will own to operate a spaza shop.
See, this is what we are confused
sometimes you don't like it. Again, there was a question, and the response is to the question, because the question is right? I get that. So the understanding is that the city operates according to the bylaws. Officials don't create bylaws. Melao le melawana ha etswe ke batho ba implementa bona ba fuwa molao ke molao ke yo etsang sure batho ba phelang mona mo re dulang teng ba itseba melao. Now if I want to disagree with the law, there's nothing wrong, but you can't change it here. How on so the Gary fella, when we have, it should be based on things that we can change. Right? If we don't understand the process, we said there's a stall outside, let each case be taken on its own way. But to take it as a group and say, it has never been possible. They can look the same, but they are not the same. So the case might not necessarily be the same case. So I was scared I see it's a lot. I said, so the case because we had agreed, that's all the games are that we want to say. There are 5 people now. So we can't keep on raising questions on this. We've agreed in principle, we must find a way of coming there. So some of the questions that they are raising are important. I am informed there's going to be a discussion between the city on certain aspects of what it is that they're trying to do in terms of LED as a pillar, their integrated development plan. So you know that out of the 4 pillars in the municipality, LED is an important pillar. So there are those things still are known to us. How then do we get to a point there this is the plan that the city has, and how then do we get because I get worried when we start it means the carpet. It means we want to improve our ideas.
What she's saying is not what implemented.
So you are saying practice is not consistent. So what is not consistent? Maybe expand. What is your experience? Your experience and his cannot be one and the same.
On the point of title deed and ownership, current occupant. So you let that you should align with what is actually happening.
About the fact that our Bapulum test does not be bad. When we tell you put in Qondisa, it means we are saying do it the right way. And what is the right way? The right way is what is being explained. So if we disagree with the right way, it means we are saying conversely, we advocate for the opposite. And I think Raymond was here, he spoke a lot about how then do we get to sustain the program and the process. We want South Africans to access opportunities and businesses.
Can I assist with the answer?
Yeah, I want you to assist, but for a while. Oh, because at the level that we are at now, I think the answers have been available. Oh, so we are not going to be able to change. But the question is here now. Last time I did the popular question and saying what is going to be the point of Nigeria. So I'm just saying we've had a good program up until this far. Some things will not be able to exhaust and finalize yet. If we are honest to each other. So we are saying go to our tables, let's meet there, let's finalize, or let's deal with the question there, because it's a question that is specific to you as a business. Can be a good problem on it. If you have money, because I believe in consensus. If you don't have consensus, it's something else. But I want us to agree that we are going to the stall seat and then we discuss this part. I'm not sure if you get a photo of your account. Let's have a discussion on how we come back again. Because at least we are committing that we are coming back. From our side, in terms of the plan, there's a reason WhatsApp platform. Let's use it after. Let's network after. We have identified the week of the 11th to be somewhere in Johannesburg of November. We have identified a week of the 20th of January 2027 to be somewhere in Johannesburg. We will get guidance from the city. But the intention is to say, use the information that we've provided up until this far and say to us, it's waiting, it's not waiting. But from our side, the intention was not to do so. But we need to make sure that program actually delivers on what it is that we wanted to do. From our side, colleagues, I'm not sure given permission to close the session, but it does not mean the services outside are closed. It means that this part is closed. We've got our services out there. Can we request those that want to be part of the central supply database? Can we make sure we parallel and then we can get details. Thanks very much.